everybody. Today we are going to be talking about Luigi Mangione. And we are also going to be talking about the Tuah Scammione. We are also going to be talking about Gregg Wallace. We are also going to be talking about what else are we going to be talking about? Kemi Badenoch versus wet bread. Yes. Also, the BBC is exposing Diary of a CEO. Hot tour on that thing. Gonna hot tour on that thing. Gonna hot tour right on your bank account. Gonna hot tour right on your bank account to make it slide right into my bank account. Tour on your life savings. Hopefully she will be gone forever after this, but maybe not. For the first beer pour of the night. I have a very pretty can. Got a little birdie on it. Look how sweet it is. Isn't it so cute? It is a birdie flying up from some hops. It's called Swift Haze. Alcohol for 2.2%. It was in this month's beer, $52. Tells you how to say beer in every language.
Cerveza, beer. I'm not gonna try and be the Russian or the Chinese. Beer. One Duracell 9-volt battery. Slowly breaking down.
Slowly breaking that shit down. I really like that one. Oh, my mic is loud. Whoa. And this light's bright as well. Bloody hell. Swallowing a battery as a chaser for beer is a bold choice. That's how you do it. That's how the true beer connoisseurs do it.
It's time for the lo-fi. Right, where are you, lo-fi? Alright, there you are. Woo. Well, it's good to be back. It's been a little while, hasn't it? Yeah. There we go. Thought I'd try and make the lighting a bit Christmassy today. I've got a green light in the ceiling and a red light in my floor lamp. Although that camera's a bit low, isn't it? You don't need it to be that low, do you? There we go. I set up YouTube channel memberships. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem like there's a way for well, it doesn't seem to like stop you from seeing ads when you subscribe. Like when you actually pay to subscribe on YouTube, it doesn't stop you from seeing ads. So that's a bit annoying. So I was trying to think of what other perks. I'll turn this down a bit. I'm really edging you with the beer pour. There we go. Lovely. About 50% maybe? About 50%. Yeah, I think you have to be signed up for YouTube Premium to be able to watch without ads. So I was thinking, well, what else can I offer if you like actually subscribe, like paid subscription on YouTube? I think it's called joining as a member on the channel. You do get like a badge next to your name that says like how long you've been subscribed for. I feel like my camera is like completely shifted somehow. I don't know. I'm about to ruin this whole setup. So yeah, I was thinking about what I could offer on YouTube if you join as a channel member. And I was thinking what I actually could do is when I do a DJ stream, because I can't put the VODs up on Twitch, and I can't even do them at all on YouTube, the DJ streams. So I thought what I could do is upload, like when I do a DJ stream, I could upload the VOD on YouTube as like a members only little perk. As well as like anything else I can think of. So yeah, they're set up now. Yeah. What else is new? Oh, I added some new emotes as well today. I was doing some streaming admin today. I added a few new emotes in Twitch. There's one that's like a bee with flashing lasers, and one that's a C with flashing lasers. So like if you do the B and then the B and then the C, then and the piss one, yeah, and the piss one as well. Yeah, but the idea is it's the B and then the B and then the C. Yeah, so when it's, yeah, there we go. Yay! But no, it's not that. It's not for that type of BBC. Oh, for fuck's sake, no. No, it's for the British Broadcasting Corporation. For fuck's sake, get your minds out of the gutter. You thought Twitch didn't allow single letter emotes? Really? Well, they do now. So they changed it just for me. apparently, because they just let me do those. Unless I've tricked the bot into thinking that that's not a letter. The beer's alright. It doesn't taste of much, to be honest. It's a bit of a... I don't know. Bit anticlimactic. But the can is really nice. I'd have that on my wall. Why did I just hear a notification sound? I'm scared. What was that? Maybe it was in the lo-fi. It sounded like a... It doesn't make any sense because it was a Windows notification sound and I'm on a Mac. You thought that was your computer? That was like a Windows notification sound. The ghost of Bill Gates is haunting the stream. Don't drink anything less than 8.8%. No, that's dangerous. That's dangerous for me. I feel like this green light is making me a bit Shrekky. When I sit back. Should I like make it less intense? I could just completely change. I think I prefer it a lot less intense. There we go. Swap the colours around. Yeah, I like it like that now. Okay, I'll leave it like that. Bill Gates is dead. He's not, but he pre-released his ghost. It's like a beta release of his ghost for testing on the public. So, what have I been up to? Well, many things. It feels like everything's been non-stop the past 2 weeks. I couldn't stream last Saturday because I went on a impromptu trip to London to meet a few people, and ended up missing my train back to Leeds. So that was fun. The trains are so expensive as well. Like, to get... Honestly, it's cheaper. It's cheaper for me to fly from Leeds Bradford Airport to a European city for the day than it is for me to get a train to London. It's ridiculous. Like, a return one day, train to London from Leeds, it was that day 126 quid. It's fucking ridiculous. And that's like not even the most expensive that it's been. Like sometimes it's like 200 quid. How long's the train? It's 2.25 hours one way. Yeah, champagne socialist here. No, I actually didn't pay. I only went because somebody offered to pay for my train ticket. It's the only reason I went. I don't want to like delve too many details into like what I was doing, but that made it sound really dodgy, didn't it? But like, but no, I actually didn't pay for it myself because I nearly didn't go because I was like, the train. That's why I nearly didn't go, because I was like, the train's just too expensive. I'm sorry, but yeah, I'm a spy. I'm the spy that Prince Andrew's been doing business dealings with. It was me all along. Yeah, the megabus is a lot cheaper, but it's like 5 hours as opposed to 2.25 hours. So you're like never doing that in the same day. That's not really worth it unless you're literally thinking of staying in London for like a few days. And then you've got to pay for like a hotel. Or a hostel if you really want to save some money, but hostels are a fucking nightmare. Yeah, George Soros paid for my ticket. They have always been overpriced, yeah. It's because they're just a mess. They're like, it's a weird mess between, like, some bits are still public, I believe, but like most of it's privatized. It's like this weird mesh of privatized and public money that's involved in it. And I don't know, whatever they're doing with it, it's making the train prices extremely expensive, and it's not working because nobody wants to use them. It's so much cheaper to drive. And that's not how it should be. It shouldn't be a million times cheaper to drive somewhere than to get public transport. It's just stupid. Did I used to work at the Daily Wire? Yeah. Yeah, it does defeat the purpose of public transportation. But like, you end up having to do it like when you're traveling to somewhere like London anyway, because there is the whole thing where like you can't drive into lots of parts of London, and if you did, then you end up paying loads for parking. But that's just London. How much is parking at a garage in London? A parking garage? You mean a car park? A parking lot? I don't know, it really depends. It can be extremely expensive though. Like 20 quid for an hour. What you can do is rent out someone's driveway for like a few days or just a day or just a few hours. There's this thing, I can't remember what it's called. There's this website where you can just rent out someone's driveway who lives in London. So that's what a lot of people who live in London do. They just put their driveways all like a bit of road outside of their house, and they just yeah, they rent it out. That's actually a lot cheaper than using car parks. Yeah, driving to outer London then getting the tube is also an option. Because the tube actually goes quite far outside of London. The underground, like, when it gets further outside of London, it turns into an overground, basically. Like, somehow your train, like, comes out from underground and then, like, all of a sudden you're overground. Just a few quid in it. But no, it wasn't that big long train that held me back. It was the fucking tube that held me back. It was the tube that was delayed. Like, every single tube that I got on in London was delayed in some way, and that's what made me miss my train back to Leeds, because the train back to Leeds was on time, unfortunately. So, What else have I been doing? Has anyone seen that BBC Radio 4 programme called File on 4? I've had a producer who works for them wanting to interview me about a certain property developer scam that's going on. So I've been sort of talking to them. I've been kind of questioning whether to do it because I don't want to be the subject of a barrage of misogynistic abuse again. And I made that clear to them. But I think I'm gonna do it. I mean, there's the whole sort of like, will I get hit with a slap lawsuit again? Which, by the way, they're trying to outlaw slaps in UK Parliament right now. What does SLAP stand for again? SLAPP. It stands for Strategic Lawsuit Against Public Participation. Basically, when you're big and rich and you use a solicitor to scare your critics into silence. So that's what he did with me the first time when I made a video about him. And I was like, well, I'll do it as long as you can promise me that I'll be protected. So yeah, I'm gonna make sure I am. Don't worry, I'm gonna make sure I am. But yeah, their whole sort of like angle on it is like these guys shouldn't be able to get away with it because like that's what they do with everyone. They just scare them with slap lawsuits. And they get away with a lot of other stuff as well. Believe me, a lot of other stuff. So yeah, but no, I'm gonna do the interview, but I'm gonna make sure that I'm protected first. What else? What else have I been doing? Just sort of like doing research. Yeah, having mood swings. It's that time of the month. Having the odd mood swing here and there. Yeah. Still haven't decorated for Christmas. I should put a tree up in here, shouldn't I? Maybe I will. I want to stream some more before Christmas, so maybe I'll decorate before the next time. Moon swings. Yeah, I want to do some DJ streams. And I want to do a gaming stream as well. I want to do a DJ stream that's just like full of, I just want to do like the trolliest DJ stream ever that's just like full of the stupidest mashups ever and just like meme songs. I need to crowdsource suggestions for like meme songs for a DJ set. Yeah, Nyan Cat. Dogs barking Christmas carols. Yeah, Amsterdam. Oh! Tell me you're a millennial without telling me you're a millennial. Hamster dance. Charlie the Unicorn. Yeah. Draco Sartinte. Crazy Frog, yep. That TikTok cat song that's like meow 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 meow, which I didn't realize at first, but that's apparently a Billie Eilish song. But the first like 50 billion times I heard that, I literally just thought it was meow 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 meow. I thought that was the original, and then I realized it was a Billie Eilish song. Meow 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 meow. So yeah, I just want to do complete troll meme DJ set, and also like another sort of just house disco dancey house one as well. And then I could upload the VODs. I could upload them to Patreon as well, but I could upload them also to YouTube for members only. But just a warning, I don't think I've set up the tier quite right, because I might have to change that. How do I change that? Hang on a minute. Tiers. Memberships. If I change that right now, because I don't want to because I think the thing is with that, right, I'm gonna add it right now, because if I don't change it right now, members only videos done. Next. Submit. If I didn't do that right now, I would have forgotten. And I think the why am I getting the free German youth when I type that in? DDR equals Deutsche Demokratische Republik. Ah, there you go. You don't know what Discord? You have no idea what Discord is? You're a YouTube person. Well, maybe can you put like a comment on the YouTube live stream, like not in the chat, but as a comment? Is that possible? Because I'll get it then. I'll be able to see it then. But yeah, no, I would do this. I was hoping for a video of somebody actually doing it. Hang on. People do championships with this, okay. I have no... I won't turn the sound on because... Oh, that's one of the diagonal ones. No, I play with the up, down, left, right. Yeah, okay, I'm not that good. I'm not that good. DDR. That does look fun though. I wish I could do that. This is the kind of one that I'd play. Fucking hell. Okay, I'm not that good, but I'm pretty good. I used to be able to get up to like 7 feet. Level 7. Anyway, shall we get on with some shit? Let's get on with some shit. Let's get on with some memes. Right, we're going to go through some random stuff first. And then we're going to get on to the Hawk Tuah scam. And then random UK news, Gregg Wallace. And then we're going to go on to the US news. This is something that I got sent earlier this week that I quite enjoyed. For anybody who dislikes the trigonometry podcast with a passion.
So I don't see this as a conservative versus not conservative issue. This to me is it's like it's a mind virus, this stuff. It really is.
I think you're right. It's not necessarily political. I don't know whether an army should reflect society.
I don't give a shit if it reflects society. I don't care. I want the army to be good at doing its job. Why does every institution have to be a tool of
What am I doing on this show?
social engineering, effectively, right?
What is my purpose here? Does anybody know? What have I to offer? What's inside my head? Should I be listening to what that other bloke just said? What should I say? I'm at a loss. If I start talking now, will Constantine be cross?
Stanley.
I haven't read the news or
Pilsner.
studied any books. Constantine's the brains of this, so I must be the looks. I know that there will come a day when I will come up with a clever thing to say. And when I say it, everyone will know what I am doing on this show.
Sorry, Francis. I just
Go for it,
to
go for
follow
it,
up
yeah.
on that. We, as far as I mean, I didn't know you had this here. I don't know if we have in the UK. We did have some kind of show.
Oh, bless him. Yeah, that trigonometry annoys me so much. It is the worst. The worst podcast. Oh man, I can't even take a sip. I'll try. Yeah, this is just a Pilsner, so I'm not really expecting much from this, to be honest. Never expect much from a Pilsner. It's just a lager, really, isn't it? 4%. Oh yeah, we need a... Who would win out of Talk Tour and trigonometry? Oh. All right. What else has happened? Oh yeah, someone put this in the Discord. I've not watched this yet, but I'm assuming it's more of just Russell Brand being insane.
I've paid for sex before. I've slept with, I will not say I've slept with prostitutes because I would not denigrate those women with that term. I prostituted them. I participated in sin. I objectified them. So keen to worship at false altars that I allowed myself and other people to be denigrated. I desecrated his code. The one word that hit me so hard in Corinthians when Paul says to them, did you not know that your body is a temple?
Oh, God.
It's the did you not know that gets me. Did you not know that your body is a temple? Did no one tell you that it's sacred, that you are beautiful? You can't have known, otherwise you wouldn't live like that. You can't have known that you are loved, so loved that he would do that for you. He did that for us. Let's not carry on doing the stuff that he got nailed up there for. Did you not know that your body is a temple?
Okay. I mean, what the hell? He's just gone insane, hasn't he? The thing is, I made the mistake of like coming across like a couple of like reels like this when I've been whoa! Oh my God, Brooklyn just scared the shit out of me. Oh my God. Brooklyn! Oh, fucking hell. He just jumped onto my lap like, oh my God, without warning. I need to move my camera down a bit. There we go. Just scared the shit out of me. I accidentally have watched a couple of reels like in awe that are like this level of like insane Christianity. And like it's now devolved, like my algorithm is now like devolved into like Christian brain rot, and I can never tell like whether it's being legitimate or not. I'm gonna have to show you like the kind of things that I keep getting on Instagram now. Hang on, I'll see if I can find it. How do you like... Is there a way of like seeing you're saved? Oh. There we go. It's like this kind of shit that I keep seeing now. And I can't, like, my algorithm is completely fucked, right? It's this kind of shit.
I want you to think that this is a bowl of rice, but it's not. Look closer and squint your eyes. Don't be ashamed. Share this with a friend. The devil wants you to think that this is a bowl of rice, but it's not. Look closer and squint your eyes. Don't be ashamed. Share this with a friend.
I don't know whether this guy is like being legitimate or not. I don't know. I don't know. Like, do they know how insane they're being? And like they're all as insane as that. Ugh.
You've been serving others. Now it's time to build something for your family too. 1 Timothy 5:8 reminds us to provide for our families. Serving others is vital, but don't forget to build for those you love too.
What happened to the hydraulic
build
press?
Like Jesus and type purpose in the comments for more info. You've been...
Why? So that's what my Instagram algorithm is now. So that's fun. Okay, somebody else put this in the Discord. What is this?
Favorite time of the year. Christmas season has always been my favorite time of the year. It's a season that we get to celebrate the birth of our Lord. This year, I'm excited to share that I've partnered with this amazing prayer, meditation, and music app called Hallow on their 25-day prayer challenge leading up to Christmas called Advent Pray 25. Join me and millions of other Christians around the world as we celebrate together the truth that God so loved the world that he gave us his only son. Download Hallow and join me in praying every day. God bless.
The most Christian shit ever. Just monetizing Jesus. So Christian. Why is she doing this now? Does she not have like loads of money? You can never really tell with like musicians. Because sometimes they're like billionaires like Taylor Swift. And sometimes they're like struggling. Really struggling. And it's like, what? I don't know, the music industry's fucked. But I think when they're struggling, it's because they've like got into like contracts with labels and stuff and they've just like completely fucked them over. I'd love to see the push notifications shaming you tonight. You've broken your prayer streak. Like the Duolingo app. But like instead of a big bird, it's like a big Jesus. Right. What else have we got on the menu, baby? That's the same thing. MMA fighter Bryce Mitchell called Elon Musk a rat bastard for not using his money to help people. Just days before Musk became the first ever to surpass 400 billion in wealth.
I think that time will prove me correct. Time will always reveal someone's true character, and if you put that man in a position of power, his true character will be revealed. And let's just put it this way. He has all the money in this country. He's the wealthiest man in the country, and he wasted on rockets, man. Think about it, dude. He could actually help people with that money, but he don't give a about you. He's got all the money in the world to help you. It'd be a penny to him, and you would never have to work again. He don't give a about you, though. He wants to waste it on rockets and waste it on all these cars that suck. And time will reveal the character of that man. And the more he gets under the spotlight, you can't fake it forever. His character will be revealed, and you mark my words, it will be seen that he is a rat bastard. And, you know, if I had all that money, I would like to think I would help people more than he does. I think that time will...
I mean, I feel like it's already been revealed that he's a rat bastard. I think that's already been revealed, but his little fans don't really care because they're like, you know what? I would be a rat bastard too if I had $400 billion. I don't give a shit. It's just insane though, because like I was doing some like research on happiness this week. Like the sort of like the psychology of it's always something to do with psychology with me, isn't it? I was like doing some research on like the psychology of happiness and like how to be happy, and like a lot of studies have basically suggested that, you know, to like be sort of comfortable in life and happy, like you get very much diminishing returns. I think obviously this is like studies and there's so many variables involved in everything, but like basically they think that if you're earning over like 95 USD a year, at that point it's very much diminishing returns, like how happy you truly are. like you're not really getting any more comfortable in life at that point. You're just literally buying shit because you can buy shit. And it's like not even truly making you any happier, if you know what I mean. So like that just makes it even more insane that like one person can have $400 billion and most people have less than 95k US dollars a year. Like when you think of it like that, it's like it's like Elon Musk probably isn't happy. After a certain point, he's not even any happier. He's not even any more comfortable in himself. So why is that even allowed to happen? It's just insane. And like it's even more insane that clearly his $50 billion purchase of Twitter was actually a good investment for him in the end. Clearly. But he didn't even need any more money anyway. He didn't. He's not getting any happier. He's not getting any comfortable. He's not getting any more comfortable with that money that he has. Yeah, he does seem more comfortable than ever. He's using his own son as a human shield so he doesn't get shot. I mean, he doesn't seem very happy at all. That's probably the first time he spent any time with one of his kids in a long time to use him as a human shield. It is ridiculous. All right, what do we have next? Oh. All right, we're going to get onto Hawk Tour in a minute, but I have a documentary about fem cells that looks interesting, but I'll save that to possibly watch at the end. Brett Cooper has left the Daily Wire.
Hey guys, some of you have heard the rumors online, and the rumors are mostly true. Today, December 10th, will be my last day hosting the comment section and working for the Daily.
Oh, I need my freaking sound effects open. Where are they? Where are they? There they are. There they are. Wait, turn them up a bit. And where's my sad violin? Okay.
Hey guys, some of you have heard the rumors online, and the rumors are mostly true. Today, December 10th, will be my last day hosting the comment section and working for the Daily Wire. It is not true that I am being forced out. It was my own choice to leave. And believe me, this is bittersweet. I have had the most unbelievable 3 years helping to craft the show, building this community, and telling stories and sharing the truth every day. Through the comment section, you all have made me braver, more articulate, more thoughtful, more hopeful than I could have ever imagined. And I'm grateful that we spent this time together. And I'm grateful that the Daily Wire gave us a platform to grow this community. But at this point in my life, I am ready to take on a new direction, both personally and professionally. This means new challenges and new endeavors, which I will share with you soon. As for this show, the comment section will continue with the Daily Wire. My producer, Reagan, is taking over as host.
Why do we think she's leaving, guys? Did she do a 23andMe and realize that she was 100% Ben Shapiro?
Host of the comment section, and I wish her and the Daily Wire all the best. We have had 3 great years, and I am proud of what we've accomplished together. Leaving the show and the platforms that we've built is hard, but I'm very excited for what's to come. Knowing that we have brought so many people together in laughter over these last 3 years means the world to me. I appreciate all of you, so let's chat again soon, but in the meantime, go touch some grass, kick some rocks, and we'll catch up shortly. And now for some final thoughts from the God King himself, Jeremy Boring.
Bittersweet indeed.
The God King, Jeremy Boring.
Sad to see Brett go, but we're excited to see her take the next step in her journey. Brett's an amazing talent, both as a personality and as an actress. It's been a pleasure to see her bring the comedy.
Oh, so she was acting the entire time. Oh, well, that makes sense.
section to life these last 3 years.
She doesn't really think all of this insane shit.
And her performance in the Pendragon cycle is sensational. I'm certain that whatever Brett creates now.
Why didn't she win a BAFTA for her part in Lady Ballers? Why not?
Next will be filled with the same joy and laughter and heart that she's brought to all of her work at the Daily Wire. And we wish her nothing but the best.
So, my friends, while I have you here, I thought we could run it back one last time with the comment section. And last night, I was sitting at my laptop, literally racking my brain, trying to think about what would be the perfect last episode. I mean, there was so much that happened over the weekend that I desperately wanted to talk to you about, from Trump in France and the handshake wars with Macron, chatting with Joe Biden. Obviously, she looked very interested in him. I wanted to react to his wildly insane Meet the Press interview. Obviously, we can't forget Alex Cooper from Call Her Daddy literally admitting on stage with the New York Times that she was the one who turned Trump down, not the other way around. And of course, the absolutely incredible news that Daniel Penny was found not guilty on all charges. Basically sending a huge FU to New York's woke pro-criminal justice system. I mean, it has been a long 5 days. But there was one story that really stood out to me, something that encapsulates how I've always viewed my show, the perfect mix of politics and culture and scandal and chaos and celebrity. So we need to talk about Jay-Z. We need to talk about Jay-Z, who was just accused of raping a 13-year-old girl along with Diddy more than 20 years ago. The New York Post put this up yesterday. Jay-Z accused of raping girl.
I mean, she did... Okay, she's just doing a normal episode now, isn't she? But she did pretty well, didn't she? On the daily... What, like, on her own show. The comment section.
Welcome back to the comment section.
I mean... For like 4.4 million subscribers. I mean, like, a lot of people are saying that they think that she got fired. I can't understand why they would fire her unless there was some real scandal going on behind the scenes. I think she's probably just doing a BuzzFeed. You know? I think that she's realised that she's in this contract with the Daily Wire, and she's realised that she's got this audience now, and she could just make more money on her own. I think she's just doing a BuzzFeed. Like, now that she's got the connections, she's got the audience, she knows her format, and she's realised, if I do this on my own without a contract, I could make far more money. Because she could. Is it really that much of a risky bet? Like, even if she doesn't do as big numbers, it's possible she could like make more money, even if she doesn't do as good numbers. I guess it's down to like what she deems more important. She's probably going on TYT. Her and Anna Kasparian. A show together. I mean, she did really well, but the thing is, like, you realise how young she is? She's like 23 years old. That's so young. Like, when I was 23, I had no fucking clue, you know? Like, the amount of like, she'll pump out, what? How many videos every day? How many videos does she do a day? I don't know. A few a week. About one a day, maybe? I don't know. But, like, this is a lot, and it's, like, very professionally produced. It's like, you know, industry plant kind of material. Like, it's not real whatsoever, and I feel like the kind of industry plant content that's doesn't feel authentic appeals more to like an older audience, and I can't imagine it's really other young people like 20. I can't imagine it's other 23-year-olds who are watching this. Really, I can't imagine it is, because they can like smell inauthenticity from a mile off, and I've watched bits of her content, and it's like I feel like it's quite clear she's just being fed talking points by producers, because they'll just like flash up like a study on the screen, and it'll be like a completely cherry-picked and misleading study. But it's like, I didn't know how to do that when I was 23. I would know how to do it now, but when I was 23, I didn't know how to manipulate people like that. That's not to say I manipulate people, but like, I'm far too aware of like how you can cherry-pick studies to push a narrative, and that's exactly why I'm so like, I'm just not very fond of doing content like this, because I feel like you need more context to everything, which is why my videos end up being fucking hours long. But like, yeah, she's so young, and it just makes me feel like I don't know, maybe she's gonna have researchers on her own as well, and she's gonna have, I don't know, like, she's still gonna have to hire researchers if she wants to keep up this level of content. She's still gonna have to hire an editor. She's gonna have to have her own studio now. Maybe it'll look a little bit more authentic than this one.
So guys, there are a couple of people out there in this world that we just have not talked about recently.
Like, this does not look like... This just doesn't look like a real room. It's just so... It's almost like it's been made by AI. It's just so...
You know what? I kind of
off-putting and staged.
miss them, so I want to bring it back. I miss Prince Harry and Meghan Markle, and
like, you don't look like a real person. You don't look like a real person in a real room. Like, does she realize how shit Beats headphones are for a start? Clearly not. Like, I would not even, like, if I had producers trying to put Beats headphones on my fucking head, I'd be like, fuck off, mate. These are the shittest headphones ever. They're just there for show. They sound like shit. But she's like, yeah, I'll put them on. Where's the real person here? Where's the real person with like interests and human hobbies and human just the messy, where's the messy humanness of it? Do you know what I mean? Like, where is it? Where are your interests? Where is your wall vulva? Where is your wall vulva, Brett?
Lucky for us, they are once again in the news for some of the funniest things possible, and per usual, their PR machine is working overtime to correct it.
Where is the cat that sits on your lap and claws your thighs while you're trying to stream, Brett? It's nowhere because you're not a real person.
poured into Megan's failure of a podcast, which she allegedly didn't even really film herself, allegedly. We have covered all
He's looking up at me now.
the family drama over the past few years. You guys know all of these stories. We can link some of my favorite episodes about that below. But Megan, as of recently, you know, in an attempt to reinvent
This editing as well with the like just cut in memes. They're so, but like this is content for boomers who think that they can be like Gen Z or millennials, you know.
After the Spotify kerfuffle, she decided
I understand these memes.
to create a lifestyle brand earlier in 2024, and that lifestyle brand is called
Where's your beer, Brett? What's that, a cup of fucking tea? You fucking pussy!
She decided to create a lifestyle brand earlier in 2024, and that lifestyle brand is called American Riviera Orchard. Whatever that means. Now, apparently, American Riviera Orchard is going to focus on jams and homeware, but not just any jams. Luxury jams. This is like LeBron James's $250 jars of honey. And as a way to get the news out there and to get people talking, she and the company created a...
You are not allowed to use the reverb fart.
limited batch of this jam to send all of her friends to post on social media. And that quickly backfired.
I mean, yeah, you could just replace this content with AI. This is the kind of content that, yeah, you could just replace with AI completely. Like, maybe in the next year, the Daily Wire probably will be doing this exact same shit, but with a completely AI-generated person. And you would not be able to tell the difference. That's how manufactured this shit is.
And it's funny how if you just wait a while...
She's not found any of this herself. She's not forming any of these opinions herself.
The truth does always come out.
The only possible assistant to my assistant is me.
Now, simultaneously as all of that was going down over the past 6 months, there was another beast coupling the news.
So yeah, they're replacing her with this other woman.
Hey guys, producer Reagan filling in again this Friday. I have a very frustrating, interesting story for you all today because I saw a video this week of Joe Biden on my...
Wait, why is she in the same streaming room? I thought that was Brett's bedroom. Why is she in the same room?
Feed, and it angered me on a cellular level. Now, obviously, most videos of him frustrate me in some capacity, but there was something about this recent announcement that felt like such a direct insult to the people of Appalachia and such a distinctly poetic display of government incompetence and faux compassion that I just had to share this story with you all today. But before we get into it, make sure you like this video if you enjoy it and malicious. I mean, it's hard to argue anything besides malicious intent at this point because...
Anyway... I'm gonna get mad if I watch anymore. Is it like, what, you're trying to I don't know, are they trying to emulate a home setup or a studio? Because it's such a weird mishmash of the two, because who in their home setup would have two fucking ultra HD DSLR angles? Like, maybe I should have another one set up on that other like that one is on a Joby Gorilla Pod on my speaker. Maybe I should have another Joby Gorilla Pod and another DSLR on that speaker as well. And then maybe I should be constantly flipping between the two during my stream. Why? Who the fuck knows? Because you need to see my face from two 45-degree angles, clearly. You'd watch me in Snow White, would you? Anyway, where is your
wall vulva?
Where is your wall vulva? All right, let's move on to Daily Welsh. But I do need to pee first. I do need to pee first. There we go. All right, all right. I'm going to have to eject Brooklyn.
I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now.
Let's go. Let's go.
I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss.
Let me see you shake that thing.
I'm making a piss.
Okay. All right. Yeah, when I was pissing, I remembered like a clip that, I mean, like what I mean when I'm talking about Brett Cooper.
Welcome back to the
Like
comments.
this video got 1 million views. Dylan Mulvaney is back.
Section. I'm Brett Cooper. Surprised at this point? Like, we have seen trans women sweep women's sports. I think we know based on the...
But like I think the example I'm thinking of is like towards the end, I think.
Okay, if that's the case, with the transition and the fame and the money and the connections you're hanging out with Lady Gaga, why isn't Dylan happy? Why is it that the rate of suicide for male to female transitioners doubles?
This is exactly my point. I think this is fed to her by her producers, like these studies that she will just flash up on screen, and it's like, oh, you just came out with that, did you, Brett? You just came out with that. Was that your research? Is this what you really think, or did your producers like feed this to you?
Okay, if that's the case, with the transition and the fame and the money and the connections you're hanging out with Lady Gaga, why isn't Dylan happy? Why is it that the rate of suicide for male to female transitioners doubles after they go through their transition?
Like, it's so misleading, because it's like, well, you have to consider, you can't just say, oh, suicide doubles after people transition. That's so fucking over fucking simplifies. You can't, you just can't talk about data like that. It's so manipulative. It's so manipulative. Like, you have to ask why the suicide rates increase after people transition. Even if that was true. Yeah, like, you have to consider the sampling bias in that study, whatever that fucking study was. You have to consider, and then you have to consider, like, even if you found that to be true within your small sample, why that was happening. And it was probably happening because after they transitioned, they just weren't accepted into society. And maybe if they were accepted into society after they transitioned, then maybe they wouldn't have got depressed. But you can't just, like, it's like flicking a fucking study up on the screen so fast without even, like, that's a screenshot of a fucking tweet that they just flashed up on screen, and then it's just whoosh, gone, bye. I'm not even gonna fucking cite this thing in the fucking description, probably. Oh. Have they? No. No, of course not. Like, it's just so angering that, like, when you've like made content like this and you just sort of like, you consider these things, and then like other people can just be like, "What? Look at the study, bye! It's a screenshot of a fucking tweet!" And then I'm just, and my audience are going to be like, "Yeah! Feed me more!" Oh, it's so frustrating. Right, I've got Yeasty Boys, Speed UHT? What? Oh, Speed Date. that font's really difficult to read. I was like, Speed UHT? Speed, it's called Speed Date. But yeah, I don't know what she's going to do on her own channel, but she's already like got something like 200,000 subscribers on her own channel. Is that my fanny, Yeasty Boys? You can actually get beer that's made out of the vagina yeast of porn stars. Me and the Roasty Girls did a podcast episode about it a while ago. I think it was like it was like a Romanian or like Ukrainian models, like from a European country. I can't remember which one. Yeah, they sampled their vagina yeast and they made beer out of it. You do not feel happier knowing this? Let me see if I can find it. Roasty Girls vagina beer. I would like to get this podcast up and going again, but I have already explained the issues I've been having with getting this podcast going. I will not get into it again. Oh yeah, Amaranth did some. Yeah. I forgot we were dressed up for Halloween in this episode. Right. Yeah, we were going to talk about our last thing, weren't we? Yeah. Okay, so I was a Karen. Charlie. What was Charlie? I can't even remember now. Oh, what's that character called? The penguin guy. And Naomi is I can't even remember what Naomi is, but she seems to have clipped on some antennae and has a mustache. I honestly don't know what I've completely forgotten what Naomi is. A bug? A French bug? Oh, I remember, because in the news at the time, French people, there was like a pandemic of bed bugs in France. And that's what she was. She's got a beret on and she's a bug. She's a bed bug. I remember, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, but we talk about the vagina beer in this episode.
With girlfriends.
Yeah.
To donate 10,000 euros to this. Yeah. Imagine the essence of a woman in one bottle of beer with a flavour of champagne. Oh yeah, they were Polish models that they used. Yeah. So there you go. Now you know. Also, okay, one last thing before I get into the hot tour scam. One last thing. The
3 minutes.
The Microsoft Excel finals happened. Okay. just listen to the the theme tune. Who's going in the spreadsheet bin?
Excel on the shirt. Leanne is on a win streak. Jack is on the hunt. Will Vegas be her new peak? It's the Excel World Championship. Who is going to win? It's the Excel World Championship. Who's going in the spreadsheet bin?
Who's going in the spreadsheet bin? But yeah, the Excel Championships, they're a thing. They're exciting. I believe someone from Canada win? They beat an Aussie at the last second, I believe. I think it's this bit here.
Yes. He is catching up with Michael Jarman. Remember, there's no elimination at 5 minutes.
That's right.
We have got these 6 players through
That's
to the
right.
end
They
of
have
time.
to battle it out to the end with 5 minutes left. All
we
right.
haven't seen Chris Clark yet. Should we go to Chris Clark?
Yes, let's see. Let's see what's happening. Yes.
There's Chris. Let's give Chris a cheer. Come on, let's give him some support.
Come on, Chris. Okay. All right.
5 minutes.
I'll skip right to the end. Hang on.
Index function
There we
going
go.
on. Okay.
Yep.
Look at that
Still
spreadsheet,
going.
baby. Oh.
It's not giving up.
Oh.
The points are so close. It might.
Oh, I
be
love
the
it.
Less than
top
1 minute.
Titans.
This reminds me of my old job. I used to love making, like, this is the closest I ever got to like actual coding, was making Excel functions.
Throwing in the Hail Mary at some point soon. That could be
let's
the
see.
difference.
Let's see.
At what point now do
Oh.
you say, I don't think I'm
Look at
going to
this.
get
Oh,
there?
look at that. Oh.
This is crazy. This is crazy. All right.
Pretty much
Come on.
50 points in it between
They're still
first
going.
and
They're still
second.
going.
We
Andrew's
have
looking
30
at the board.
seconds left.
Okay. Let's see.
Can
30
anybody
seconds.
knock Michael Jarman off top spot with 30
Oh my
seconds
gosh.
to go?
And it's
I think it's
are we
coming.
going to see?
I think it's coming.
Are we going to see the belt go from
Oh.
Australia to Canada?
Oh, where's
Is the
it
belt
going, guys? Come on,
from
let's hear some
Australia
noise
to
in the
Canada?
audience.
All right, let's see. Oh, 10
Where are we
seconds
going?
left. 10 seconds.
Come on.
Anything. Is anything going to happen?
Can anybody throw a Leroy Jenkins out in the last few seconds?
Leroy Jenkins.
Come on,
All
Leroy.
right. Ah!
Michael Jarman.
Look at that. Look
Takes
at that.
the win.
Look at that. Ah!
Oh.
Yeah,
Michael
baby.
Jarman. Michael Jarman.
All those years of training
Oh,
have
look.
come
Yes.
to this moment in
The
2024.
World Championship. Look at that.
Good on him, honestly. He's Michael Jordan. Well done. Where's my cheer? Where's my cheer? Michael Jordan.
Look at that.
Oh, wow.
Michael
Yes.
Jarman, you are our night
Is that his name, Michael Jordan?
Michael Jarman, you are our 2024 FMWC World Champion.
That's right. That's right. Michael Jarman.
I jumped wrong with level 5 and I was hoping. Hold on.
Wait, let me check what his name is. Excel
all right,
champion.
Michael, Chris, Jacob, let's get you all up here in the center.
Get him up there.
Come on up, guys.
Oh shit, no. No, it's actually Michael Jarman. Toronto's Michael Jarman wins 2024 Microsoft Excel World Championships in Las Vegas. Look, they get a freaking they get like a boxing belt at the end. Why is this a thing? Because it's amazing. It's brilliant. All right, anyway, let's go on to the Hawk Tour. To the Hawk Tour.
On the Hawk Tuah scam, exactly how it happened, and I'm going to confront the people behind it. Well, I did last night, and let me just say, it didn't go very well.
Happy to answer any
I have questions. I have questions. I'm raising my hand. Hey, guys.
What CopyZilla?
Hey, this is one of the most miserable, horrible launches I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, then why the fuck are you on?
Profiting from the rug pull, I think it's relevant.
We didn't pull a rug. I don't know what you're trying to say. It's not true. Yeah, that's defamation.
Doc,
You're saying
do the math. Do the math.
Defamation. You're saying that we pulled a rug. There was no rug pull.
3%.
You're defaming our character.
Are you not gonna let me talk? You just talk over me. You talk over me.
I'm hearing bullshit.
Yeah, these people were completely unhinged, unwilling to take any accountability, and we'll talk more to them in a second, but I want to break down the Hawk Tuah scam. I think people are confused with this kind of stuff. I want to start with the big tweet that kind of set it all off. That would be this by Bubble Maps, which showed 96% of the supply was controlled by the team and was being...
I think they mean like this bubble here is what the team had, the original team, and this is like the true fans of Hawk Tour. These little guys out here, the true fans.
96% of the supply was controlled by the team and was being sent out to a bunch of smaller wallets. The implication being that some of them might be dumping on you. Pretty quickly, the Hawk Tuah girl came in to copy and paste what her team told her to say, which said, team hasn't sold one token and not one key opinion leader was given.
I don't blame her. She's just a pawn. Nah, I'm not buying that at all at this point. Honestly, I think if you're doing this kind of shit, you know exactly what you're doing. You know exactly what you're doing. Like she said she'd been to conferences, like crypto conferences. If she didn't get fully educated on how people can get scammed in this space and know that would probably happen when doing this, then that's her own fucking fault. And the SEC should come for her ass and they should sue her. And she should pay. She should pay whatever she got from this plus more. Because it is her fault. I don't fucking care how little she knew or like how much she might have got manipulated by those guys who are like working with her. I don't fucking care. She should just fucking pay because that's still her fucking fault.
One free token. We tried to stop Sniper.
Like if she remained ignorant and did all of this anyway, it's still her fucking fault and she should still fucking pay.
As best we could through high fees at the start of the launch. And so you see their awful tokenomics here. Along with this response, the team hasn't sold one token. And then they post, obviously, a screenshot of a lot of sells from insiders who did not have to pay. You can see on the bot side, there's nothing. And then on the sold side, they're making a lot of money. So how did you get free tokens? Well, you were an insider, right? And I just want to show you exactly how the Hawk Tuah team is sort of lying by omission here when they say the team hasn't sold one token. And that's because they pre-sold the tokens, guys. They sold them to a bunch of investors with a pre-sale, and then those people were unlocked immediately upon launch. So you can see that with her tokenomics here. It says Haley's locked for 12 months, but you can see the strategic allocation is fully unlocked immediately on token generation event. Now, I spoke to some people who bought into this pre-sale. They say they got in at $16.69 million total valuation, which means that if they sold out the whole 17%, you're looking at about $2.8 million raised by pre-selling these tokens. So it is essentially a lie to say her team didn't sell tokens. Well, they pre-sold them, and then those investors dumped on your fans. That's the problem. Because Bubble Map says we found 285 investors join the Hawk pre-sale. That's about what I saw as well. 89 wallets sold 100% on launch. 47 sold over 50%. Anyway, you can see in total, $3.3 million were sold. Again, as you'll see, on mostly...
Guys, that's just like the Pareto principle. That's how economics works.
47 sold over 50%. Anyway, you can see in total, $3.3 million were sold. Again, as you'll see, on mostly Haley Welsh's fans, or Hawk Tuah Girls fans. And I know what you're thinking. Who falls for this? Well, unfortunately, with situations like this, they're not targeting crypto bros. They're mostly targeting, like, actual fans who've never been involved in the crypto space before. They don't know any better. And you're going to hear the guy behind a lot of this say that explicitly.
These are people that are outside of crypto that we're going to be onboarding, and they don't give a shit. They don't even know what a market cap is. They just go, oh, cool, free coin. Now I get to join a community. Cool, done.
Not only did they say it, they sold it in a pitch deck. You can see the Hawk deck here.
Hawk is the official token of the iconic once in a generation Hawk Tuah meme. Wow. I'm burping. I'm that excited. Led by rising star Haley Welsh. I'm going to get hiccups if I'm not careful. I need to calm down. Hawk will unite Haley's... Why does she spell her name like that? The way that she spells her name is triggering me. What? Her name is a typo. Hawk will unite Haley's global fan base, enabling fans to connect with each other. With each other through the Hawk Tuah podcast and social media. This token redefines meme coins, offering a new class of consumer crypto. Oh, a new class.
Here, massive onboarding event. Hawk will onboard normies. So that's why I just don't buy this thought of, oh, well, if you bought this, you deserve to get scammed. Okay, fine. But a lot of the people who bought it had never bought crypto before. They were targeting those people. They said as much in our call. Now, the other part of this scam that I really need to break down because people don't understand it exactly.
Haley is pretty... No, you're spelling it like it's supposed to be spelled. Hailey. Oh shit, they respelt it so there was it was Lie. It was lie in her name.
Now, the other part of this scam that I really need to break down because people don't understand it exactly is the fee scam, okay? When this launched, they had 15% fees on trading. They said that this was to stop snipers. But basically what this means, and because the team now blames snipers for a...
Hang on, what? Hawkonomics. She doesn't fucking understand. It's so clear she doesn't understand. Don't start a fucking crypto coin if you... Don't start it to begin with. But, like, especially if you don't fucking understand a single thing about what the fuck you're doing.
But basically what...
24-hour volume, $25.5 million. 24-hour yield, 92.52. 24-hour, 1.9... $2 million in fees in 24 hours.
What this means, and because the team now blames snipers for a lot of this rug pull, but what it means is they benefited the entire way. You can see in 24 hours, they made almost $2 million from this fee. Meanwhile, on Deck Screener, you can see the sniper, which is the #1 trader on this coin. they made about $1.3 million in their total profits and loss. So they actually made less in total profits, this sniper that ruined the project, than the team made on fees. I, of course, asked who benefited. Did Hawk Tuah Girl make the money? Who made the money in this whole thing? And they essentially dodged the question. Who's making millions of dollars on fees from this rug pull?
That's not a scheme. Who's
Who's making fees?
So we can keep this thing going for years. Okay. That's how do you think? There's so many expenses.
Who makes the money on the fees? Someone just made over $1 million on fees. Who made it?
First of all, the fees were there with Meteora Pools, and that goes to the creator, right?
Which is who? Who does that own? Who does that belong to?
That belongs to the project.
Who's the project? Who is the project?
Well, the project is over here.
It belongs to the project.
Haley Welch, right?
The project.
And how much does Haley Welch own?
This is Haley Welch's project.
So she owns all of it.
CoffeeZilla.
I'm just trying to figure out who owns it.
Do you know how much it costs for lawyer fees to create a foundation in the Cayman Islands, to hire direct?
Guys, it's okay because the thing that he created is called a foundation. So that means it's actually philanthropic. Ignore the fact that it's based in the Cayman Islands. Doesn't matter that it's based, like, it's just, Cayman Islands is just like it's a good country. It's nothing to do with it.
Directors, you think this stuff pays for itself? You know, this is how you run a project forever, is you have to fund that. First of all, over here can speak to the extensive amount of work and time and people that are on this project. Over here has around 18 people working on this right now as we speak. This is not a small time type of nothing. We're really trying to do something here and not just do it for one day and do it for 2 days.
So who made the money? You haven't answered the question. Who made the money? How much did Haley Welch make of that million, 1.8 million?
It's a foundation that is running this project.
How much does she own?
It's a foundation. It's going to people in need.
Of it.
It's a foundation. She owns zero of the foundation.
So y'all made the money?
No, I don't own the foundation either. A foundation.
Brother, who profited? Over $1 million was just made.
A foundation that pays people out. And by the way, CoffeeZilla, I'm not asking you, questions that are irrelevant to the most important stuff that you said. Who cares where fees go? It goes to bills.
You heard him right. Who cares where millions of dollars went? Supposedly, they have 18 people working on the Hawk Tuah meme token. So I don't know if that's true, but that's at least what they're claiming. Now, the last thing I need to say before we jump into this context that you need is that
Brooklyn owns Mooncoin. Brooklyn owns all the tokens.
There are 4 groups to look out for here. 1, you have Hawk Tuah Girl, who is promoting this thing. 2, you have this guy, Doc Hollywood, who is like Howie Mandel's like son-in-law or something like that. Like, he's this guy who has some connections in Hollywood, and he seems to be the guy connecting Hawk Tuah Girl with crypto, and he said he was teaching her a meme coin class, okay? And he goes unhinged on her call. 3, you have the guys running the crypto token. And 4, you have the insiders who paid money to get early access to this coin and then are rug pulling a lot of Haley Welch's fans. What you want to make of that, who you exactly want to assign blame to, is up to you. A lot of people are saying, oh, she didn't know any better. She's getting taken advantage of. Maybe, or maybe she's making a ton of money, talking about Hawk Tuah Girl. So with that said, I just want to show you the call last night. That is what I knew going into this call, and you'll see my questions target some of these different aspects of what I believe to be a scam in this call. And the last thing I have to say is that when they did do this call, they monologued for like 12 to 15 minutes before they let anyone up. So I was extremely frustrated by the time I got up. I think you'll hear a little bit of that in my voice. Not only that, this Doc Hollywood guy called people mentally ill. He said that people should be thanking him or kissing his butt, basically, for doing this for them, as if he's doing them a favor, basically generally berating the people who had maybe lost money in this. And so quite frustrating to go into. And, well, anyway, enjoy.
Everyone thinks that, oh, everything's a rug. Everything's a rug. Everyone's here to f you. Nah, we're here to onboard real people outside of this spaces, right? The people here, you guys are already y'all are ahead every day thinking everything's a scam. And you know what? You guys are right. Everything is a scam, but not this. Not this. We did not spend 6-7 months of our lives dedicated to trying to do something cool, right? To do something different, not dumping on you, not bundle snipes. Not 100% of the liquidity or whatever was bundle sniped by the team and propped up charts. You guys are not the target audience. Sorry to say, right? This is not the target audience.
Who's he talking to?
The target audience.
The target audience is not people who know that this is a scam. The target audience is people we can scam.
Which is why I'm even doing this, which is what's cool about it, is it's not in this spaces. And listen, most of you, we don't want you in the community. Let's be real, right? You're not great people. I don't know y'all, right? I see some friendly faces in this audience.
He's having a meltdown.
You know, I'm going to say y'all, you guys, right? There's a lot of negativity in the space. I think crypto brings the mentally ill into this thing, right? If you guys are in crypto, you're most likely mentally ill. And I'm going to count myself as mentally ill for even being here right now. We're trying to actually have fun. We're trying to do something cool. We're trying to give meme tokens away for free to people who have never had any crypto before, any meme token. And you guys should be kissing my ass because I'm trying to do something dope.
Yeah, so that's how all of this started. I had watched as people got wrecked on chain, and then I go here in the actual space that's supposed to address everything, a guy berating everyone, calling them mentally ill and telling them they should be thanking him. And that's what led to sort of my attitude when I went up on stage. Also, Twitter Spaces is horrible for doing this kind of work. I normally wouldn't choose it, but all these guys seem to love Twitter Spaces. I don't know why. The problem is people
wonder
filibuster.
why.
So
Is there a certain type of person on Twitter?
No, I interrupted a lot. That's because you can't let these people go run off on like 10-hour explanations, which they will do if you let them. So, yeah, anyway, here's when I got up on the space.
Happy to answer any
I have
questions.
questions. I have questions. I'm raising my hand. Hey, guys.
What CoffeeZilla?
Hey, this is one of the most miserable, horrible launches I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, then why the fuck are you on?
I've been tracing it on chain for a while. You guys generated over $1 million in fees while y'all's fans got rug pulled. There was snipers, but there was also insider trading directly linked to y'all's creator account. What are you guys doing?
No. That's not true.
That is true. That's a fact.
No, it's not.
Well, it's a fact, and you can see it on chain. So
yeah, we know. We trust me. We were there.
What happened to the hexagon thing, by the way? Like, his profile picture is clearly some fucking stupid NFT. What happened to the hexagon thing? Is that still a thing on Twitter? I feel like I've not seen one in forever.
We can answer that.
You know about the insider trading?
No, there's no insider trading. That's why we can answer it.
Okay, so there's tokens going directly from the main account.
CoffeeZilla, just chill for a second.
And then it's getting sold for $50K. Who is that?
Definitely not us. You think we're doing this for $50K? Yeah, fucking right. Talking to the wrong guy. You're used to these bullshit scammers out here. Not us. Now,
That's what everyone says, by the way.
Listen, doesn't matter. No, I'm not everyone. There was a strategic allocation, right, through a foundation. Every single one of those was signed through a SAFT. The deployer wallet, you've heard of a strategic allocation or a private
How much
sale.
did y'all get doing a pre-sale? How much did y'all make?
It's not that we
Selling out
made.
your fans. So
Over here,
people
can you give
dump on your
exact?
fans.
Hold on, CoffeeZilla, take a chill pill, brother.
So y'all just rug pulled a bunch of people.
No, there's no rug. We're here every single day. There's no rug pulled, and it's not done by us. Yes, snipers sniped it up to an insane market cap.
No, it's
and
not
dumped
just
it.
snipers.
That was not us. That was listen.
You know that.
Listen, no. I'm telling you the truth.
And y'all made millions on fees from this little scheme.
There's not a.
Oh,
It's
I'm
not.
sure
It's
that's
not a
not you getting
scheme.
those fees,
It's
right?
not a
Who's making
scheme.
the money
It's
on
not
the
a.
fees?
It's
Who's
not a
making
scheme.
millions of dollars on fees from this rug pull?
That's not a scheme. That's the
Who's making
project. So we
fees?
can keep this thing going for years. Okay. That's how do you think?
Keep keep the Hawk Tour meme coin going for years. I would love to see a roadmap for Hawk Tour. What were you thinking of offering the fans, these noob fans that were getting Hawk Tour tokens that you couldn't have done without them buying a token and being scammed? Really?
There's so many expenses.
Who
right?
makes the money on the fees? Someone just made over $1 million on fees. Who made it?
I'm sure they had plans like an entire Hawk Tour website platform. There was going to be a new social media website, Hawk Tour. It was going to be the hawktour.com. It was going to be the new Facebook. I'm sure they had it all planned out and they had a business plan and everything.
First of all, the fees.
There was going to be a private Hawk Tour island in the middle of the ocean. There was going to be its own country. I'm sure they had it all planned out and everybody could have bought their own section of this private island. I'm sure it was all going to happen. And these bloody snipers ruined it all.
We're there with meteor.
I would have loved to have visited Hawk Tour Island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, but the bloody snipers, they ruined Hawk Tour Island.
Pools.
I wanted to be Hawk Toured on Hawk Tour Island.
And that goes to, yes, the creator, right?
Which is who? Who does that who does that belong to?
That belongs to the project, right?
Who's the project? Who is the project?
Well, the project is over here.
The Hawk Tour metaverse where like a 2D model spits on you. Yes! That is what I am paying for.
Here, Haley Welch, right? And
how much does Haley Welch own?
This is Haley Welch's
Can you see the singular back paw that's poking up here? He's like on his back on my lap. Brooklyn.
project.
So she owns all of it.
CoffeeZilla.
Did she just make $1 million on fees on a rug?
Do you know how much it costs for lawyer fees to create a foundation in the Cayman Islands, to hire directors? You think this stuff pays for itself? Right?
So y'all wanted to make the money on day one? I don't understand. I'm just asking.
We're here every single day.
Millions of dollars in fees from.
Guys, do you realize how expensive it is? Do you realize how expensive it is to set up a shell company on the Cayman Islands?
Day 2, day 3, this is how you run a project forever. Is you have to fund that. First of all, over here can speak to the extensive amount of work and time and people that are on this project. Over here has around 18 people working on this right now as we speak. This is not a small time type of nothing. We're really trying to do something here and not just do it for one day and do it for 2 days like you're used to.
So who made the money? You haven't answered the question. Who made the money? How much did Haley Welch make of that 1.8 million?
All right, I'm going to do a paw. Right. Oh, Brooklyn, stop clawing me. What is this one called? Nordley's. Oh, it's a McKellar beer. Oh, those ones are posh. McKellar's like quite a McKellar's quite a posh brewery, isn't it? McKellar Nordley's Session IPA. Drink fresh, store cold. Fancy. Yeah, I'm going to have to extend the pinky for this one. All right, I'll play this and I'll pour.
It's a foundation that is running this project.
How much does she own of it?
It's a foundation. She owns 0 of the foundation.
Very
So
nice.
y'all made the money?
No, I don't own the foundation either. A foundation in the Cayman
Brother,
Islands.
who profited? Over $1 million was just
I'm
made.
telling you, a foundation that pays people out. And by the way, CoffeeZilla, I'm not asking you, questions that are irrelevant to the most important stuff that you said. Who cares where fees go? It goes to bills. It
Well,
goes
when
to
you're charging
attorneys.
15%,
It goes to accountants. It goes to directors.
You're
It
charging
goes to
15%
staff.
on a rug pull,
Right?
and you're profiting from the
There's
rug
no
pull. I
rug
think it's
pull
relevant.
because we didn't pull a rug. I don't know what you're trying to say. It's not true.
I wish someone would pull my rug at this point.
Yeah, that's defamation.
Doc,
You're saying,
do the math. Do
it's
the math.
defamation. You're saying that we pulled the rug. There was
you
no rug
released
pulled.
3%.
You're defaming our character.
Are you not going to let me
bullshit.
talk? You
It's
just
bullshit.
talk over me. You talk over me.
I'm hearing bullshit.
No, you're not. You're talking over me. Let me just lay out your tokenomics. You guys released 3% to the Meteora pool, while you have 17% of the token allocation unlocked day one from your strategic allocation. Are you guys insane? What do you guys think exactly is going to happen when your insiders get sent their tokens? And by the way, who made the money from your 17% pre-sale while you're giving a tiny piece of the pie to the public? Like, what the hell? This is the worst tokenomics I've ever seen, and it is a scam.
It's not a scam.
The tokenomics are a scam. That's my opinion. You can say whatever you want about it.
Tokenomics equals a scam. That's just a complete... There's no Venn diagram there. It's like tokenomics, scam. Full circle.
You can cry defamation.
Total eclipse.
That's my opinion. It's a scam. And I only do this for a living. I've only seen 1 million of these projects.
So who pays you, CoffeeZilla? Let's.
Ooh, turn it around. Turn it around. Turn it around. Nobody's here for me. Everyone's here for you. Where did the fees go? Where did the money for the pre-sale tokens go? Why did y'all unlock day one so people could dump on Haley Welsh's fans? And how involved...
Oh, the poor Hawk Tour fans. The really engaged fans.
Was she really? And how...
I mean, that's something I'm going to get onto. Like, was it... I'll probably talk more about that later, but like, was it really... purely dedicated fans of Hawk Tour who were investing in this? Really? I don't think so.
How much money is she making from all this? What's her cut? I just got muted. So yeah, that was the conversation. Obviously, I got a little heated there towards the end because... I don't know, there was something about this guy berating people who had lost money and insisting that what was so transparently true about the fees being made, about who's benefiting from the pre-sale, just dodging all of that, it gets me so bothered. I guess it shouldn't at this point, but you know, what can I say? I'm only human. I will go ahead and highlight there were 2 other moments. FaZe Banks got up and called these guys out, which is funny.
This 100% was a mismanaged, mislaunched. Like this is took what CoffeeZilla said. I would label this as
okay, but FaZe Banks, he's got like an entirely different. He's got different skin in the game, isn't he? Because like whenever something like this happens, the other crypto scammers will chime in. They always will because they always want to be like, oh, Look at this scam over here, guys. That's very different from my scam. Mine wasn't a scam. This is the scam. Not me.
scam as well. It's pretty obvious. Like CoffeeZilla brought up, 97% of the token was bundled into the same cluster. And in layman's terms, that just basically means 90%. 97% of all the tokens owned were by related wallets, friends of friends of friends of friends. They were
No.
I don't know if I'm getting mixed up with another FaZe here who did a crypto, but some FaZe did a crypto scam. I can't fucking keep up.
It's not true. It's not true.
Yeah, yes, it is true.
False.
Yes, no, it's 100% true.
And then also Nick O'Neill, who is another crypto Twitter guy, he got up there and he asked them basically what I did because they wouldn't let me back up on the space. And he said, where's the money going to? And then Hawk Tuah girl, decided it was time for bed And that was the end of the space.
So I'm sort of curious, like,
I can't remember. This all fucking happened so fucking long ago now. Esports organization FaZe Clan. They did that Save the Kids bullshit. I don't know how involved FaZe bloody what's his name was in that.
not for the token price itself, but just in terms of the fact that there's fees that are being generated. There's
Banks did it with Logan.
an actual, like,
Hey
source
guys,
of income.
I hate to interrupt you, Nick. Hello there. But anywho, I'm gonna go to bed, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay.
Great.
I guess we're talking over here.
Can you imagine being asked questions about a scam, and in the middle of the questioning you go, "Oh yeah, I think I'm gonna hit the bed, you know,
hit the hay,
wake up bright and early for tomorrow." That is just wild. These people are not serious, or at least it doesn't appear that they're taking it very seriously. I think it's concerning when you have a project which, you know, they can say whatever they want about their 18 employees and all the, you know, hundreds of thousands they supposedly paid to set up these, like, Cayman Island corps to do it the right way. But at the end of the day, when you make millions of dollars on launch, where does that come from? When your insiders sell $3 million, where does that come from? Maybe the normies that you were targeting to get in? That is my problem. That is my issue. And that's why I came at them so hard. And that's basically it. I think Haley Welsh, or Hawk Tuah girl, to whatever extent she was involved is still unclear, or was unclear until her transactional entertainment lawyer contacted me. I'm just editing this live, guys. He contacted me and said he wants to have a offline convo. I said I can't do that. This is a live story. If she wants to comment on the story or shed light on how much she's been.
Hey, dude, let's just chat, you know, like face to face, bro. One-on-one, we'll sort this out, bro.
Been paid, kindly respond. I'll put up all these screenshots.
For some reason, they're scared of, like, legitimate journalism. For some reason.
They say she was paid an advance from a company to handle the token marketing dev launch of $125,000. That's the only money she's seen to date. If you have any specific questions, happy to answer. I said, what company was she paid by? What's the agreement? Did she see a cut of the pre-sale or fees from the liquidity pool? The best thing for my story is to get a copy of the agreement, of course. Christian replies, she was supposed to get 50% of net proceeds after payments of costs to third parties. Is that the 18 employees or whatever they have? I don't know. I don't know what costs they have, but 50% is a lot. They were supposed to be mutually approved between her and the company. I'm
having a hard time believing that it took 18 people to pull off a rug pull like this. It doesn't take 18 people. It takes one person. It literally takes one person who knows what they're doing with crypto to pull off a rug like this.
Percent is a lot. They were supposed to be mutually approved between her and the company. All decisions regarding to allocation were supposed to be mutually approved. Those decisions haven't been made at this point. The goal would be to salvage the token for the holders and her true fans and do right by the community. That's not going to happen.
Please explain to me how to do a rug pull me. I explained in my fucking crypto video that I did fucking years ago at this point. I explained in that video how easy it is to set up a meme coin. All you need is the attention. All you need is to be famous. And you can fucking do it. That's all you need. It's so easy to set one up. So fucking easy. And I explained how easy it is in that video.
I can't provide the actual contract, as you can imagine, but I'm happy to continue to be responsive. Your spaces and comments have been helpful, blah, blah, blah. I appreciate what you... Okay, we all know. They always say that, by the way. This guy does not appreciate what I do. I don't...
Hey, my crypto video was not 3 hours long. It was 1 hour, 40 minutes long, okay?
Think, you know, an entertainment lawyer appreciating somebody talking about somebody. I don't think that's
But it will have chapters.
true. Look, the big deal, what he said, is 50% net proceeds. That's a lot, actually. Now, again, 18 employees working on the Hawk Tuah coin. I don't know how much they're going to end up seeing at the end of the day, but it's going to be real money. The question about, like...
The Dan Olsen one is not better than mine. There is no aerial hoop in Folding Ideas' video, okay? There is zero aerial hoop going on. I would love to see Dan Olsen on an aerial hoop. I would love to, but that day may never come.
Oh, salvage the coin. Want to salvage the coin. Guys, the problem is you've sold millions of dollars of pre-sale tokens, and they're still out there. There's still people with these coins who are waiting to sell. So the second you go and salvage it for the fans, you're kind of dooming them again. So the best situation is just people... well, I don't really know. I don't like to give advice in situations like this. You know, it's like asking someone how to clean up a car crash. It's like, well, ideally this wouldn't have happened in the first place. So, can't give too much advice there. The situation's horrible as it is. I appreciate them actually responding though, but she is actually making a lot of money off of this. And I do actually think that's a problem. So, I don't know. I think this whole situation is terrible and she should feel bad. I hope she does, really, because she got in bed with these people who clearly saw dollar signs. She saw dollar signs, and they did this, and people have been hurt. So, yeah, that's basically it. Oh, one more message from Hawk's lawyer. This guy keeps messaging me. He says, this was not a speculative opportunity for her. She truly didn't intend to fleece fans. She genuinely wanted to make this a community token of fans and onboard Web 2 to Web 3 and be a long-term face.
I love that. All right. I'm going to talk about this a little bit more, but I need to pee again and I need to evacuate Brooklyn again. I am the worst cat mother. Oh my God. Do you have anything to say? You can say anything you like. You can say anything you like. Berate me.
I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss.
Oh. Oh. All right. Right. Where were we? Where were we? Oh yeah. So they did an interview with Fortune Crypto right before this all went down. Dan Olsen has a better piss song. No, he does not. Dan Olsen would never piss. Hot tour girl, hey, Leah, Leah. Welsh launches a crypto meme coin, but insists it's not a cash grab. Ah, right. Okay. So this was like just before everything happened. Hot tour girl, hey, Leah. Welsh is still going strong. Welch went viral this summer for her off-color catchphrase and has since parlayed that fame into a merchandise line and podcast featuring such guests as Mark Cuban. Now she has found a new way to express a phrase that can't be explained in polite company. A meme coin that launches today on the Solana blockchain. Meme coins are cryptocurrencies that, true to their name, go viral among internet communities on platforms like Telegram and Discord, often based on fleeting moments like the right-wing mascot Peanut the squirrel. Yeah, was there ever a peanut coin? That probably happened, right? That probably happened. You know, like rule 34, like everything's always turned into porn. There should be another rule that's like everything's always turned into crypto. That should be a rule. There needs to be another rule, but for like everything's turned into a crypto coin. Oh, look, there's a link. Peanut the squirrel coin. Oh, God. Oh, God. Of course there is. Of course there is. What is this shit? What is this shit? All right. Rule 35. I mean, what's Rule 35? Is that taken? In an interview with Fortune, Welch insisted that her meme coin called Hawk is not just a cash grab. Not just a cash grab, but offered few details about how it could be used for more than speculation. What a surprise! What's the fucking roadmap, Hayley? Give me the fucking roadmap! I want to know what I'm getting back for my investment! Where's my island? Where's my island in the middle of the ocean? Huh? Hayley? Where is it? In her distinctive southern twang, Welch explained that she wanted to change the public's view on crypto, though her manager, Johnny Forster, interceded when asked about Hawk's valuation and legal uncertainty. We don't want to break securities laws. Well, you fucking did. We would say that we're almost like tokenizing, in a sense, Hayley's fan base. Like 1 million people have said that before, and it's never worked. Why do you think that you're going to be the first person who got this to work? Why? You didn't think that you were going to be the first person who got this to work. You didn't, because you knew you were scamming. You knew you were scamming. You don't know how to tokenize a fan base. Nobody does, because it doesn't make any fucking sense. Why would you want to tokenize your fan base? It makes no sense. Why? That's like me selling some fucking coin to my fan base, and then like the only reason that I could possibly imagine that would be beneficial to me is because I'm hoping that they will eventually like compete against each other eventually. Like if I'm like really confident in myself and I'm like, yeah, like my fan base is gonna grow so much that at one point I think that they're gonna like start fighting against each other and like competing to have a moon coin. Like, why would I want that in the first place? Like, I want my fan base to be like a community of people who can all be like happy and enjoy my content. Why would I want them to be like fighting each other for like tokens? Why would I want that? Why would I want that? Oh. That being said, invest in Mooncoin. It's the only coin out there that's not a scam. It's like, yay, I've built up this really nice community. Now what I'm going to get them to do is all fight with each other. Yay, because then it makes me more money. If they fight with each other and they're all scamming each other out of money, then that makes me money. Yay! It's the kind of thing that you'd only do if you actually knew that you were like a flash in the pan celebrity, which is exactly why she did it. Like she knows that she's not got any lasting fame. I think she knows that much. And she's just kind of trying to monetize. I mean, like she immediately like got an agent, I believe, a manager or whatever, and she started selling merch straight away, and she started up that podcast pretty quickly. I think she just knows that like none of this is gonna last for her, because I mean, to do well on the internet, unfortunately, you need some level of talent. And I think that her rating on the talent scale, it's probably on the lower rungs. I've not really seen her do anything that funny or that just, I don't know, anything. Not seen her do anything that hasn't been sort of like handed to her on a plate. So I don't know. Maybe she'd figure out something eventually and we'll all be like, wow, she's got some true talent, but I haven't seen it yet. So all of that would suggest to me that she's probably going to be a bit of a flash in the pan, and she's kind of riding the wave at the minute because she's got a lot of celebrities who have happened to accept invitations onto her podcast. I think because she's like pretty famous right now, but from everything that I've seen, like nothing suggests to me that it's really very long term. Unless she manages to like pull some talent out of her ass all of a sudden, and I don't know how that's going to happen. Maybe it will. Maybe it won't. She's a talented bongo player? Oh, I didn't know. I didn't realize. I don't know. Maybe she'll figure someone out, but I think that she's just trying to monetize whatever she can, because I don't think she sees this as lasting very long. In contrast to the more serious side of crypto, where the likes of BlackRock and Fidelity are helping to bring Bitcoin to the world, Hawk will likely find its place in a corner of the industry dominated by so-called degens, short for degenerates, who delight in memes, trolling, and get-rich-quick schemes. The world of meme coins seems a fitting place for Welch, whose TikTok video describing oral sex garnered millions of views and vaulted her to sudden stardom. After her initial burst of fame, she has stayed in the news with acts like throwing out the first pitch at the New York Mets game. Why do you do this in America? You're like, oh, this person's famous now. We're going to make them throw a ball. Why do you do this? I don't know. I guess we do some weird things as well. Hey, famous person, throw a ball! And through her podcast, which debuted as the third most popular on Spotify. But when it comes to meme coins, Welch will want to tread carefully. Our famous people just turn on Christmas lights at Buckworth Town Centre. That's true. That's true. Celebrities have a long and disastrous history of hawking cryptocurrencies, with luminaries including Kim Kardashian and Floyd Mayweather both reaching settlements with the Securities and Exchange Commission for failing to disclose payments for promoting tokens. When asked by Fortune, Welch said she wasn't aware that the government had gone after celebrities. It's more of an idea that anyone can make it big in the US. Still, in her interview with Fortune, Welch said that she is genuinely interested in using crypto and her meme coin. I'm sure she is, as a way to connect with her fans. Connect in what way? Like, please be specific. Like, this is always the way that this shit goes. It's like, oh yeah, I'm going to connect. How? Give me some fucking details, please. A way to what? How? Her manager also made clear that the Hawk token is different from other celebrity crypto involvement because they are not telling people to buy it, and instead will give free tokens to social media followers and fans who have bought her merchandise. Forster said Welch will own 10% of the supply but will not be able to sell for a year. Like, what? It's like if I had, like, I have a Patreon, but it's like if I like told everyone that there's only a specific amount of like spots on my Patreon. So like then I sold my Patreon as this like supposedly like I don't know, like exclusive thing, and that it will sell out eventually just to try and rack up sales. But then like me owning a certain percentage of those like Patreon spots, and then like the more people who like when those Patreon spots fill up, then the price of them goes up. So then more people, so then basically what happens is some people have to sell their Patreon spot to somebody else for like more money, and every time that happens I get more money because I'm like, ha 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 ha, you couldn't get on it because it was all sold out. So now I'm making more money because you had to pay more money to get on my Patreon. It's like, why do it like that? You don't have to do it like that. You can just set up a Patreon or whatever. Like, these platforms already exist, and you can like give people perks on a platform like Patreon or whatever other website like offers similar things. You can do that already just on the fucking internet, on platforms that already exist. There is no need to have these coins. There's no need. What are you getting out of that other than making people fight against each other? There is no need. You actually post things on Patreon for subscribers. What value do these token holders get? Well, that's what they say that they're going to get, but it never gets to that point. It never gets to the point where they actually build it, but they say that they're going to build something. But like that thing could have so easily been built on fucking Patreon or anything that already exists anyway. But they never end up getting to that point because they fucking abandon the project. Because they're like, oh, well, I just made a fuck ton of money. Like, why am I even incentivized to do anything with this anymore? Because I've already made a fuck ton of money. There is no reason, like, there's no incentive to, like, carry on trying to make content for people. If you've already made a fuck ton of money right at the beginning, like, why would you? You just fuck off, wouldn't you? Anyway, still, in her interview with Fortune, did I read that paragraph? Yeah. Welch began turning up on the crypto scene shortly after her TikTok video, including at the Bitcoin conference in her home state of Tennessee and at Korea Blockchain Week. Appearances that prompted head-scratching among long-time digital asset hands. She told Fortune that other celebrities like rapper Lil Pump and Dump introduced her to crypto, and she scored an invite to the crypto-powered Fighting League Karate Combat, which has become widely attended by influencers. Jesus fucking Christ. Welsh said that she used to think of crypto as just a scam and an easy way for you to lose money, but changed her mind after attending the conferences. When asked what aspects of crypto appealed to her, she said it was a really good thing and a good way to interact with my fans. Welch wasn't aware of any specific benefits that her meme coin holders would receive. Oh, what a surprise! Though her manager added that they plan to have more fan engagements around it without offering further details. You see what this sentence says here. This sentence is saying Welch used to think of crypto as just a scam and an easy way for you to lose money, but changed her mind after attending conferences and realised that she was the person who could be scamming people now because she's famous. That is what that sentence is saying. Meme coins have exploded in popularity as a form of social gambling, with Andreessen Horowitz, crypto chief technology officer Eddie Lazarin, describing them as casinos that are undermining the long-term the really legitimate long-term vision of crypto. Through other investors, though other investors tout them as a way to financialize communities. There is nothing community, like crypto is literally the opposite of community. It's literally the opposite. Oh, Welch and her manager maintain that the Hawk meme coin is not about its valuation, though they would likely get some inquiries from the SEC if they said otherwise. I don't really see it as like a gambling thing, Welch told Fortune. I think it's like a fun way. I think it's like a fun way to get my fans to interact. How? In what way? How? Please be specific. You don't fucking know, do you? You just saw dollar signs and you thought, fuck it. Let's go, baby. Anyway, let's move on to the BBC theme, shall we? Let's do some UK shit. Yeah, baby, you got that right. It's the BBC. Right, we need something to I had Asmongold last time. Oh, we might have to sample Hawk Tuah. I've already got the I think that's the entire video. All right, now I need something else to sample. Unless I do that one again. But I've done that one before, the Hulk tour. I've actually done that one before. Original.
What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?
Oh, you gotta give him that hawk too and spit on that thing. You get me?
I don't get you. I think you gotta demonstrate.
Hawk too and spit
No,
on
like-
it. Spit on it.
See BBC. Yeah, let's do a kids section. Anyone with any babies out there that need entertaining?
What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?
Oh,
That
you
do?
gotta give him that hawk too and spit on that thing. You get me?
I don't get you. I think you gotta demonstrate.
Hawk too and spit
No,
on
like-
it. Spit on it.
Yeah, I mean it's not even that funny, really, is it? Really. Hey. I'm on one of those websites that gives me a million ads before it lets me download the actual MP3. Love that.
What's one move? What's one move?
I don't think I... I love how nightmarish it gets every time. Alright, let's go. Are we ready? Are we ready for the final drop? man. I know I should probably set the out of this sample of the simpler so it doesn't sound so nightmarish, but to be fair, it's quite funny when they just like layer on top of each other. I think like last time I was doing it with Asmongold and his rat alarm clock. And that was probably the most nightmarish thing I think I'd ever heard in my entire life. Oh, I should probably make this project a little bit less CPU draining as well. You should see how many contact instances I have open in this project. Like literally on every single one I have like an actual like I have action strings on that one. There's another action strings on that one. I mean, if you're not familiar with music production, I mean, you have no idea what I'm on about. I have an emotive strings on that one. I have another one on that one. I like this is not ideal. I have a woodwind ensemble on this one. I have a double bass on this one. This is not good for your CPU. This is not good. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, I should be using GarageBand with all of their amazing plugins. That's what I should be using. All right, I'll go back on the live one that's like less CPU intensive. Do 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 do. All right, we're back up, baby. We're back up. Right. What do we have next on the itinerary? What do we have next on the stream docket? We are in the UK news section now. Oh, let's do Diary of a CEO, shall we? Yeah, fuck yeah! Diary of a CEO! Alright. The Beeb is coming for Stephen Bartlett. Finally! It's just like a little investigation though. That only really goes into the claims about physical health. It doesn't really go into the claims about psychology. Which I like. In investigating my most recent video, I noticed that he had a lot of guests on who just talked bullshit about psychology. A hell of a lot. And so much of it was like evolutionary psychology. But yeah, they talk a load of shit about physical health too. Just like all types of pseudoscience.
In just 10 years, Stephen Bartlett has become one of the most famous entrepreneurs in the UK, host of Europe's top podcast for the third year in a row, and a major player in British cultural life.
Wait, was that clip Diary of a CEO live?
In a row, and a major player in British.
I'm sorry, is that someone crowning him with a gold chain? What the hell is going on here?
British cultural.
What on earth is going on here? I'm sorry, I'm so confused.
Life. The co-founder of a globally successful marketing company at just 22, he soon came to national prominence.
Well, now 29-year-old Stephen Bartlett is a multi-millionaire entrepreneur, making history by becoming the youngest ever dragon to join BBC One's hit series Dragon's Den.
Have we got a deal? Yes,
Yeah, we have a deal.
Oh, amazing. At that point.
And as host of the hit podcast, The Diary of a CEO. But in the last 18 months, there's been a noticeable shift in the guests and subject matter of his podcast.
Yeah, we live in a toxic nutritional landscape.
The thing is, they say that this has only been happening in the last 18 months. I haven't like analysed his podcast guests, and I don't know if this has only really been happening in the last 18 months, but I do know that in general, when you have this kind of podcast, your whole business model is basically invite clever people on, have a conversation, but the host, you know, obviously the host doesn't have enough time to fully research every guest that they have on. So all the host can really do is just sort of like sit there and nod or like respond with any sort of surface level knowledge they might have gleaned from very surface level research they might have done within the last week on the person, or like research that they might have happened to have come across from a previous guest. Like the host never really knows any deep sort of like knowledge of what the person's talking about. And like people start out these podcasts and they're like, oh yeah, we'll just invite on interesting people. But it's like you get into this cycle where you get into the routine of trying to get out a podcast like every week because you realize that like that's going to be really profitable. And you have like these, and you like hire people, so you like feel pressured to keep the podcast being profitable, and you get sponsors like Thiel, and they're expecting every podcast that you release to have like, you know, at least 1 million views or whatever. So you feel pressured to like keep putting these podcasts on and to keep putting them out again and again and again. And you end up at one point running out of like half legitimate guests. And you end up, because you have no point with this business model, you basically end up with no choice but to start inviting people on who are like complete quacks, who are just scammers. But you just have to sit there and be like, oh right, yeah, and not really, because you haven't done any research. You can't really argue with them on any point that they make. You can't. So you just have to sit there and be like, oh right, yeah, because that's your business model, and you've just sort of like built yourself into this cage because this is how your business works now. And you've built yourself into this cage of like just peddling misinformation and misinformation and misinformation over and over again. But it's profitable, so like why the fuck would you stop? Why the fuck would you stop for just 1 second to be like, hey, am I doing the right thing here? Am I actually like being responsible to my audience? Like, why the fuck would you ever stop and think that if it was just making you a fuck ton of money? Like, this guy is making millions, and it's the same for like Joe Rogan and Andrew Huberman and fucking everybody else. It doesn't matter. If you can have someone on your podcast who says that they're an expert, like you can just have a million views on a podcast and be making thousands and thousands every time from your sponsors on top of the ad revenue that you make. And it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter. You don't have to do any research. And it's so fucking frustrating. It's so fucking frustrating. Because it's so much easier to make money like that from, say, how I try and make money. Which is by trying to be as, like, authentic as possible with information and trying to figure out how information works. And also, like, how human psychology works and how human brains interact with information. Which is also something else that you have to fully try and understand. Because it's so easy to like manipulate people by like having someone on your podcast and being like, oh, this guy has a PhD. Oh, wow. So that must mean that he like knows a load of shit. It doesn't mean that person knows a load of shit. No, it doesn't. If that person has a PhD, it doesn't mean that they know a load of shit and that they're right about that thing. It absolutely doesn't. It means that they're one person with a PhD within an entire community of scientists who also have PhD. 99% of them might be saying a completely different thing to what this guy is saying. But that 1% guy with a PhD will make fucking millions by just writing a book and going on podcasts just because he says he's going against the grain and he's giving a different perspective. You know what? It's not down to the listeners of your fucking podcast to decide whether you're telling the truth or not as a guy with a PhD who's going against the grain. It's down to the scientific community to peer review your work with knowledge. It's not down to the fucking audience of normies who are like, I like this guy's vibe. I like the things that this guy's saying. Like, that's not how science works. But that seems to be how we think science works now.
I'm sorry that the medical establishment has not come to recognize what I'm saying.
I think humanity is in terrible danger.
But that's the thing though, it's all down to like, oh yeah, I did my own research. You can't. It's science is so complex and data is so complex that you literally can't do your own research. It's impossible. If you try to do your own research, you will inevitably end up finding research that backs up your own preconceived ideas and biases, because that's how human psychology works. That's just the way it's always going to be. So for that reason, we have to have trust in institutions. It just has to be that way. And I understand why people have this visceral reaction to like having to have trust in institutions, which is like, fuck that. I get that. Because of late stage capitalism, we hate institutions. We think that they're just trying to make money. But we need trust in institutions. We need trust in these institutions with like experts who know what they're fucking talking about, because we don't. We need institutions that we can trust in. That is what we need. What we don't need is podcasts.
Bringing fringe theories into the mainstream, and it's raised concerns amongst leading health experts.
A lot of these podcasters put it out there like, oh, well, we're just giving people information. No, you're not. You're giving them misinformation.
All right, I'm going to pour another beer. Clearly I need one. Troubadour Hazy IPA. I might have a lemonade after this. I don't want to... Oh, pardon me. But not directly into the mic. Nearly. This one's got a cool can. Troubadour. All right, that's good.
Because I remember...
Get trashed.
Stephen Bartlett's #1 podcast, The Diary of a CEO, first launched in 2017, is known for its in-depth personal interviews with high-profile figures. It's consistently been near the top of the UK and international podcast charts.
Woo!
The podcast
75%.
content, made into videos for his YouTube channel, has grown to over 8 million subscribers over the last 3 years.
They also resigned the day off.
For the first few years, it focused on business and success, with guests like the former CEO of banking app Monzo and celebrities like influencer Molly May and the late singer Liam Payne.
Guys, we've all got the same 24 hours in a day.
But earlier this year, a viral clip from Bartlett's podcast came up while I was scrolling on my phone.
From everything I know now, I've reluctantly come to the conclusion that the COVID vaccine introduction has had a catastrophic net negative effect on society.
In the full episode, Bartlett doesn't pick up on this bold claim, instead referring to his own
Because he can't. He has no fucking idea how to.
Experience with COVID.
This is why we made Ofcom. And like whatever the US equivalent is of Ofcom. Like this is why Ofcom became a thing. Because like when you have conversations like this in media that are really important, and it's so important to have the public be aware of like well-educated opinions on like either side of a very contentious subject. That's why we like Ofcom became a thing. Like I know that Ofcom don't do a very good job. GB News still exists. That's proof that Ofcom isn't doing a very good job. But Ofcom became a thing because we're supposed to have like, you know, one expert on the panel that's like, the COVID vaccine is doing nothing. And we're supposed to have another expert, which is like, actually, you're looking at the data in a completely different way. And what I can tell you is that it is working because blah, 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 blah. That's why Ofcom is a thing. So like the person viewing the media can be like, oh, right, well, I'll try and make up my own opinion based on that. Whereas like Diary of a CEO, they're still technically on social media rules, which is still mostly a Wild West, and you don't have to basically follow any rules. So like it doesn't fucking matter. He can just like be the host and not have some other guy on there that's like, actually you're fucking wrong when you say something like that. He doesn't have to.
Bartlett doesn't pick up on this bold claim, instead referring to his own experience with COVID.
I've never experienced anything quite as bizarre as the symptom set that I had when I got COVID.
Later in the episodes, he seems to justify hosting Malhotra on the podcast.
Some of those amazing people you talked about, like Martin Luther King, and I don't know whether it's the suffragettes or Gandhi, whoever it might be, their ideas in their time were received equally horrifically.
Cecile Simmons is a health disinformation researcher.
What's interesting about, I think, Stephen Bartlett's tone certainly is that he's quite amenable to his guests. I don't think he asks a lot of challenging questions. It's quite a friendly environment. And certainly when he has profiled people who have spread misinformation, I haven't seen a lot of contextualization of who these people are.
I recognise a lot of Bartlett's guests as known spreaders of misinformation. Some of the guests do give legitimate health advice, but it seems like a departure from the previous tone of his podcast. Over the past 6 months, nearly half of the podcast episodes have featured guests focused on health topics.
They want you to be sick. It's like the same bullshit, but it's like this shit used to be on the sidebar of just some shitty website. Oh, hello, Raiders. Hello. Like this stuff used to be on the side of a website as like a clickbait article, like they're lying to you. Doctors hate her. Doctors hate him. And now it's a podcast with millions of views, and like no one's questioning it, and no one's thinking, well, this is just a load of bullshit.
Why has there been such a definitive shift?
What we're seeing is that health-related content tends to do really well online. It's a very health-related clickbait content.
I tracked the podcast over the last 18 months and noticed the uptick in
What?
health-related
Double raid? 39 people from Cave Logan. Oh, hello.
episodes. Then, I fact-checked 15 full episodes from April to November with the advice of 4 medical...
We're talking about the Diary of a CEO podcast and all of the health misinformation.
experts. We found an average of 14 harmful claims, not backed up by scientific consensus, per episode. We defined harmful claims as advice that, if followed, could lead to patient harm. Dr. David Robert Grimes, cancer researcher and science communicator, and Professor Heidi Larson, public health researcher and director of the Vaccine Confidence Project, checked out some of the clips.
Is a distinguished naturopathic physician.
Wow. Okay. So
Naturopathic.
naturopathic medicine is not a legitimate thing.
Let me look up the definition of naturopathic. Naturopaths work in the field of complementary therapy using natural techniques to promote well-being. Treatments may include acupuncture, herbal remedies, homeopathic treatments, as well as others. Yeah. Bullshit, basically.
In that month.
This guest, known as the glucose goddess,
I fucking hate this woman!
claimed to help women reverse polycystic ovary syndrome.
In my second book, I ran a study. 3 females who were in the program doing my hacks for just a month got their period back and were able to get
3
pregnant in that month just with my hacks.
3 is a huge sample. Just joking.
One disease like
Dr. Mark Hyman is a functional medicine doctor.
Mark Hyman. I first came across him when I was researching Tony Robbins like years ago, because back then, when he was involved with Tony Robbins and all of Tony Robbins's quackery, he was promoting the alkaline diet, which has no scientific backing either. It's basically like a load of bullshit. It's a bullshit diet where they're basically like, you have to avoid acidic food. Oh, thank you. It's basically like the alkaline diet is a load of bullshit where they basically say, oh yeah, you've got to avoid acidic food and only eat alkaline food, and then all of your health issues will magically disappear, like all of these fad diets say. And he used to promote that a lot, but since then, like, basically the alkaline diet has been quite broadly known to be a bit of a fad diet, so that's not really profitable anymore. So he's basically moved on to different things now. But I remember first learning about him because he was a good friend of Tony Robbins, and they would have this business agreement where Tony Robbins would, you know, in his conferences, Tony Robbins would be like, you have to stop eating acidic food, and everyone would be like, yeah, fuck acidic food. And then Mark Hyman would come up on the stage and be like, this is the scientific reason why you should be doing this. And they'd be like, yeah, and they'd all go home thinking that their lives were going to be so much better because they weren't going to eat acidic food anymore. But he seems to have like left that in the past now, Mark Hyman, and he's gone on to like different quacky shit now.
Here's what he says on his episode of The Diary of a CEO.
Gluten can cause everything from osteoporosis to autism to schizophrenia to rheumatoid arthritis to anemia to hair loss, alopecia. I mean, it can cause a million things, and it's one inciting event.
After he claimed gluten causes autism, this is what we next hear from Stephen.
Was there any personal experiences that made you more drawn towards focusing your life on health and helping people?
Dr. Grimes had a different reaction.
He's such a saint. He just dedicates his life to helping people.
Gluten can cause everything from osteoporosis to autism to schizophrenia to rheumatoid arthritis to anemia.
No, it can't. That is absolutely false. Autism, for example, is a condition people are born with, right? And it's not caused by their parents' diet or what they have somehow ingested as a child.
Can you tell me why they should stay and listen?
Great question.
Bartlett isn't the first one to amplify these people.
This is the stuff that Joe Rogan's been doing for years, and I have the same criticisms for him. Constantly platforming contrarian, edgy kind of people that claim they have the simple answer to everything or the simple cause of everything, usually with something really controversial, shocking that grabs your attention. It's a great model for getting millions of listeners.
If Biden got shot...
Joe Rogan, a comedian and host of the #1 podcast in the United States, has become one of the most powerful media figures in the US.
Controversial.
Many of Rogan and Bartlett's guests cross over.
Controversy with me probably started almost everybody.
It's the central
and it vibrates
because the oxygen rushes to my head, that's why it has.
Stephen Bartlett and Joe Rogan, I think, have managed to do so well because they are actually quite mainstream figures.
We're rolling. Good to see you, sir. Here we go.
Joe Rogan, for instance, has for a long time said that he's bipartisan, that he's inviting people from across the political spectrum, and that he's, trying to have interesting conversations with interesting guests. And I think that Stephen Bartlett has tried to do the same. He says that he wants to interview people from, the world of politics and business. But of course, quite a lot of these figures then shift towards inviting more, I suppose, extreme figures who have peddled anti-vaccine views, who have shown distrust of medical institutions.
In October, Bartlett hosted Dr. Thomas Seyfried. Here, he's dismissing the success of proven cancer treatments, including chemotherapy and radiotherapy.
With medieval, I call it medieval approaches to this. Are you kidding me? What they're doing to cancer patients?
Cancer survival has never been better in human history, and that is because of dedicated cancer research around the world.
Then he claimed the ketogenic diet, a diet low in carbs and high in fat and protein, was a treatment solution without chemotherapy.
To manage cancer without toxicity is to simultaneously restrict the two fuels.
I mean, even that word, toxicity, what do you mean by that? Do you mean toxicity by System of a Down? Because I would love that to be part of my cancer treatment. I don't know about you.
Toxicity is to simultaneously restrict.
But like, it's such a quacky word. Like, oh, you've got to get rid of your toxins. Like, that's what your fucking liver does. That's what your bladder does for you. You don't have to, like, that's not something that you consciously have to do. Your body's doing that.
Two fuels that are needed to drive this dysregulated growth, while transitioning the whole body off to a fuel that the tumor cells can't use, which is fatty acids and ketone bodies.
At no point in the episode does Stephen challenge the suggestion that the keto diet could treat cancer. When we next hear from him, this is what he says.
So what can we learn from our ancestors about cancer? How prevalent was cancer?
If you were...
What can we learn from our ancestors? Why are we asking our ancestors? You know what our fucking ancestors thought? Our ancestors thought that there were 4 humours. Yellow bile, black bile. Okay, what were the other 2? Wait. This is what our ancestors thought. Where's the humours? Oh, there we go. The 4 humours. We had blood, yellow bile, black bile, and phlegm. This is what our fucking ancestors... Do you think these guys would have solved cancer? Do you think these guys would have got rid of our fucking cancer tumours? Really? By bloodletting? Really? Oh, we can learn a lot from them, can we? Okay.
Cancer patient who took some of this advice and maybe changed your dietary patterns and became very restrictive when you were undergoing treatment, you could potentially and very realistically get very, very sick and have a much worse health outcome than if you followed recommended advice from your oncologists.
Okay, they don't want to do
They're giving something...
Sounds like bullshit to me. We should be doing what Galen was telling us to do 2,000 years ago, and bloodletting or like getting rid of all of the phlegm. Did you know cancer is phlegm? Cancer is phlegm.
It feels like it's tangible, it's not going to hurt. But they're way overstretching what the potential value of it is. And the worrisome thing to me is that it sends people away from evidence-based medicine.
This advice can affect people's lives. In comments, people seem to believe the guests. Bartlett's popularity...
Hawk Tuah the cancer.
It brings fringe theories to a new audience.
Was that the roadmap? Was that the roadmap? She was going to overhaul American healthcare by Hawk Tuahing cancer out?
Promote a lot of talking points that used to be confined to very fringe forums. But, watered down and turned into this more, I suppose, seemingly moderate discussion can give sort of intellectual credence to very pseudoscientific ideas.
Podcasts are becoming one of the largest platforms we go to for news and information.
It's becoming increasingly difficult to pretend that people don't know what the impact of their podcast is.
Ofcom, the broadcasting regulator in the UK, says on its website, in cases where the content is harmful, broadcasters must ensure...
Hawk Tuah chemo was not on my 2024 bingo card. Well, there you are. 2 weeks away from the end of 2024. I gave it to you. You crossed that bitch off.
Later in the UK says on its website, in cases where the content is harmful, broadcasters must ensure the audience is adequately protected. But currently, podcasts are not covered by...
I'm not listening to this video anymore. Stop distracting me.
The audience is adequately protected. But currently, podcasts are not covered by these regulations. A spokesperson.
Yeah, so basically Ofcom says broadcasters must ensure the audience are adequately protected. That is clearly not happening.
The Flight Studio, Stephen Bartlett's production company, said that The Diary of a CEO is an open-minded, long-form conversation with individuals identified.
Open-minded so far that your fucking brainstem falls out.
For their distinguished and eminent career and/or consequential life experience. They said each guest is thoroughly researched, offered freedom of expression, and they hear a range of voices, not just those Stephen and the Diary of a CEO team necessarily agree with. They said the BBC reviewed a limited proportion of guests out of the nearly 400 broadcasts to date.
Fuck
Dr.
you.
Asim Malhotra said he
Fuck you.
completely accepts there are still some people who disagree with his views. He said that does not...
What? You mean scientists? You mean maybe more than 90% of scientists, probably? Probably?
...mean they've been debunked.
Thank you for joining us this morning, Doctor.
He was on BBC News to speak about...
You know, like hundreds of years ago, people were saying that Galileo Galilei, they were like, oh yeah, you're talking bullshit because actually the Earth is in the center of the solar system and not the sun. And people were like, yeah, you're talking shit. But you do realize that Galileo, he was eventually right. But you do realize that everybody who was like doubting him were essentially basing their arguments on like religious reasons. They were like, no, because God. That's not really how science works these days. People don't really, at least so overtly anymore, base their assumptions on no, but God. And like that's what they try and say now. Is like, oh yeah, but like you've got to think like those guys back in the past, they were doubted as well. That was a different time. We didn't have an entire peer reviewing system like we do now. Like the world has changed. Stop trying to say that it's still the same as it was hundreds of years ago. We can debunk people with like actual data and facts now. We can actually do that without saying, oh yeah, but no, God said this, so therefore it's wrong.
Heart medication early January 2023. He went on to make misleading claims about COVID vaccines. The BBC said it should have been better prepared to challenge Dr. Malhotra, particularly given his past comments about the vaccine programme. The BBC apologised. Dr. Thomas Seyfried said he stands by the statements he made in the interview. Jessie Chope, known as the glucose goddess, said that she sees reversal of polycystic ovarian syndrome as remission of the condition. She also said she ran a survey-based pilot experiment for her methods with nearly 3,000 participants and did not claim it was peer.
Survey. Right, so this is what you've got to look at. Survey-based pilot experiment. Like all of these words are basically revealing how bad this was and how different it was to an actual scientific study. Like she's basically said to 3,000 of her fans in her audience, is my like sugar thing helping you? And like most of them probably said yes because they were her fans.
Reviewed. Dr. Mark Hyman didn't respond to requests for comment.
It just worries me in the sense that it undermines trust in evidence-based medicine, which we need more than ever.
There's a real harm to this. And a lot of these podcasters put out there like, oh, well, we're just giving people information. No, you're not. You're giving them misinformation. And that's a very different and non-empowering thing. It actually imperils all our health.
Is there a risk in having too much meat products?
Bartlett's shift to health may be great for the reach of his podcast. But what's the line between hosting contrarian views versus allowing them to go unchallenged? And what are Stephen Bartlett's responsibilities as the host of one of the world's biggest podcasts?
All right, I might go for a quick wee-wee. A quick wee-wee! And then, what are we going to talk about after that? Ooh! Maybe we will do... There are a couple of things about Gregg Wallace I wanted to watch, so maybe I was going to say I'll do Gregg. I'm not going to do Gregg Wallace, but you know what I mean. God!
I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss.
Oh no! I didn't loop it. Oh no! Silence. Silence. Oh no. All right. Couple of Gregg Wallace bits while we're in the UK. So, Melanie Sykes. This is it says a presenter who has previously worked with Gregg Wallace.
Yo, yo, yo. It's me. It's the end of November. I don't know. It's the last Saturday in November, I think. Pretty sure. And I kind of feel a little bit... I've had a bit of an experience this week that wasn't particularly good for me, and I'm sort of recovering from that, but also this whole situation...
Basically, she was like a British presenter, but I believe that she's left TV. I'm going to look up while we're watching.
And I call it a situation because obviously for showbiz, it's the absolute centre of their entire universe, and this sort of like apparent bombshell about Gregg Wallace. And I've been bombarded by the tabloids who I hate and don't speak to, and very actively trying to get them to change their fucking ways. Emailing me, really poorly written emails as well, which is shocking in itself, and I'm keeping them because they're so bad. Asking me to comment and do your research. One, I don't fucking talk to you. Two, I had this conversation about my experience on MasterChef 2 years ago in my book, and somebody decided to make that a massive big news story, and newsflash, nothing was done about it.
Ooh.
I'm trying to show you what it's like. That industry is so bizarre. And then I listened.
I never heard about that
this morning. or yesterday, and the BBC don't employ him, so it's not their problem, and the production company are at fault as well because they facilitate, what's the word I'd call it? It's just unprofessionalism, really. And I've seen unprofessionalism in many areas of that fucking industry, and I've not exposed all and everything because I just don't want to. It's just so toxic and I can't. But what I can do is say, please, stop reading all this shit and stop letting one person be a scapegoat, which is the so-called talent, because that's what they call you, is the one that has to carry the can all the time. Well, why hasn't anybody... If I had somebody misbehaving or acting unprofessionally on my production, let me tell you, they wouldn't be on my production. I wouldn't tolerate it. I don't care who it is. If you're not a team player and you don't care about why you're there, you need to leave the room immediately. And I don't understand why... And well, I do understand why. I know that people think, oh, well... You know, we can't get rid of him really because it's such a successful show, and it's sort of fear about changing the format in case viewers don't watch. So you don't let him know, or your talent, I'll use that term because that's what they use in the industry, it is misbehaving and not really bright and just a bit of a prick. But there's plenty of them out there, and I just find it amazing. I complained afterwards. I said I didn't want to make a formal complaint because honestly I'd spend my whole time in litigation if I did that, and I think that's one of the reasons why people don't go for it. But you've got to believe me. I mean, one of the most wonderful things, a trait of being autistic, and I realise that now, is that I really only speak the truth. You know,
I'm trying to look at what actually happened while she's talking. Melanie Sykes quit TV career after MasterChef's Gregg Wallace comment. The presenter revealed how her career ambitions were put to rest after one fateful encounter. In Melanie's autobiography, she recalls a moment with MasterChef judge Gregg Wallace, which changed everything. She recalls being told by Gregg that her appearance on the BBC reality show would be a boost to her career and would do a lot for you. While Gregg's words were meant to be as small pearls of wisdom to help her, it led Melanie on a completely different path. She wrote that appearing on the show made her decide to end her television career once and for all. During her Celebrity MasterChef stint and after Gregg's comment, she realised that she was done for good. I will no longer be tap dancing for corporations who couldn't give two hoots about my well-being, she told The Guardian. Mainstream TV just doesn't interest me. I guess if you take those comments out of context, it can seem innocent. Although I'm sure that she meant that Gregg Wallace was saying this in a very, I guess, patronizing way. It's very hard to tell, though, just from that. I don't know. There's another article here. Former presenter alleges that MasterChef's host was unprofessional on set. I'm going to have to just bypass. Melanie Sykes, former television presenter, said that an experience with Gregg Wallace led her to quit her screen career. Sykes, who appeared on the 2021 series of Celebrity MasterChef, said Wallace had greeted her on set by asking whether models eat, which she said she found unprofessional and driven by ignorance and disrespect, with an extra helping of arrogance. Is she a model? Maybe? I don't know. She also claimed he spent time barking orders in a way that made her want to leave. Wallace, 60, stepped away from the cooking show last week in the wake of allegations. Sykes said she made an informal complaint about his behaviour on the show and that she found some unprofessional conduct on set jaw-dropping. former presenter best known for her Boddington's advert in the 1990s, and as the co-host of Today with Des and Mel in the early 2000s, made the comments in her autobiography, published last year, and elaborated on them in a recent video posted to YouTube. In her book Illuminated, Sykes wrote, "The MasterChef experience continues to be an eye-opener, as some unprofessional behaviour on set was jaw-dropping." While she did not give further details in the book, she said in her recent YouTube video that every time Gregg came over to the desk, I didn't really like him being around, really, because it's all about vibrations and energy. Okay, so we sort of get what happened now.
No, I'm not a bullshitter. I'm not a phony. I'm not a fake. I just say what I see, basically. And but it's
she was a model in the 90s. All right.
Other people are listening, and there's that you can't really do much about, can you? But especially in this country where they won't, the press obviously didn't listen to all the positive things about my book and promote that. They just picked out what they deemed salacious, and that was all they needed. But I actually want to help people and heal people, and I've done a lot of healing. I'm painting, obviously, which I'll show you soon. It's the view opposite the house. And I've sort of, it's obvious, well, it's not obvious, but my view is actually obscured by other buildings and things, but I've managed to take a series of shots that I can potentially just do it as one clear vista. And even if I don't achieve it, it'll still be lovely. I love what I've done already. It's quite interesting how it's come out, really. I'll show it you on Instagram. But I just needed to get that off my chest because it feels like an invasion of my privacy. I've got a business email account, and
yeah, it seems like she didn't talk about it very much in detail, because a lot of the time when you feel like you're the only person talking against a very rich and powerful famous person, it can be very scary. Yeah, when you're trying to sort of make allegations about someone, you have to be very, very, very careful.
But my business is not that business anymore, and it's about time somebody started doing some fucking research, because that seems to be distinctly lacking in the world. Is what I think is really important is your research. I love research. I'm researching shit all the time. And nobody's paying me to do it. I just like doing it. And I've got some projects I want to make. So you've got to like educate yourself, do you know? Oh God, excuse me. I've got I'm having my cacao. I call it my heart medicine. I haven't had it for a few weeks actually. It was a ritual, and I need to put that back into things because it soothes me. I love it so much.
I'm really relating to her right now. This is the most human I've ever seen her. I've only ever seen her as a TV presenter over my entire life. But she's 54 now. I've looked her up on Wikipedia. She's 54. And it seems to me like she's just living the life right now. I'm loving it. She's probably retired, and she's just like painting, like not giving a fuck anymore. I love it.
I actually, because I'm so sensitive, I do get nauseous when I'm met with negativity. It's really interesting to see and feel and understand and observe. The more that I'm really present, the more I'm aware of my physicality, my human condition, and it needs taking care of always. My new goal is to live till I'm 100. I think that's such an amazing goal, don't you? I think so, because I don't want to I like my life. I've moved heaven and high water to get the life that I've got at the moment, and it's not been easy. But I'm here now, and I'm doing what I want to do when I want to do it, and I don't have to engage with the parasitical nature of being in show business. But you know, there's exploitation everywhere. In all walks of life.
I'm just loving this. I don't know about you.
And
I feel like this is a woman who's reached self-actualization. I feel philosophical.
I've been watching loads of documentaries and stuff, you know, and you see how the boy bands were treated. But then, you know, it's still happening. Just, you know, but I don't think people like really take in what they're watching. I don't know why. It's really strange. I notice everything, me, when I'm watching something. I notice body language as well, so I can read what's happening really well.
She's a body language expert, did you know?
I had a message from somebody saying, God, your instinct on the whole situation at MasterChef. And I said, it wasn't instinct. I was just watching what was going on and listening. I was present then. I like to know what I'm dealing with. It's a safety mechanism, isn't it, as well, to assess your environment. Am I safe? I mean, yeah, every time Gregg came over to the desk, I didn't really like him being around, really.
Vibe.
Because
it's
a
vibe.
All about vibrations.
It's a
and
vibe.
Energy, and if you're not tuned into, I mean, you know,
if there's anything that women have a lot of experience with, it's vibrations. I'm gonna leave that there.
I didn't really give a fuck about winning or not winning. I wanted to get out really because I didn't really enjoy the experience, but like I say in my book, if I'm in a competition, I still want to be part of the competition. That's just natural for me.
I hear you, girl. I hear you, girlie.
And the saddest thing, the worst thing about MasterChef really is that I didn't really learn anything about cooking. Isn't that crazy?
But you learnt things about life, Melanie.
No, I'm trying to think, what did I learn about cooking?
You learnt things about life.
About that.
You learnt about life, Melanie. Come on. You learnt what truly makes you happy,
And that's
Melanie.
the crime right there. It's just bullshit now. Humiliating people, dragging people through the dirt, you know. It's all mad, honestly. I really can't believe what a fucked up fucking country this is. Ain't it though? Like, what works? Like, it's all a lie. Oh shit, bollocks.
But she's got a very healthy looking monstera, and she's got a very nice looking conservatory, so what else do you need? And a box of tissues.
It's a lie.
And a Frida Kahlo book.
And everybody's being manipulated. Except me. I was working over that. I don't have to, I mean, when you're in the industry as well, you're not allowed to really say you don't like somebody in the industry, or not that you don't like them, but just some observation you've had of them, because I've met most people in the game. Because the actual cast of mainstream television has stayed the same for years, hasn't it? And it'd be good to see some new people coming up, wouldn't it? But there isn't any really, because I think they've relied on reality TV to fill out some kind of monetary function, and they've forgotten to nurture talent.
Oh, she's spitting facts here, isn't she?
And that's a shame.
Yeah, like,
I thought they'd call
mainstream media, they want to sort of like, they want to rely on like the really easy, like guaranteed audiences, which is like people from reality TV. What they don't really do anymore is like actually really go and search for actual talent. I think she's got a point there.
Called it a business. How is it thriving if you've not got core values? I don't know how any business can survive like that. You've got to have core values. And
Melanie.
why have we got to a stage that it's not about that? It's just about the pound. Please, for the love of sanity and humanity, change the method. Change your methods. Change your fucking methods. It's got to change. We have to have reform here. The behaviour of the system is the same. Press, everything has been the same forever. People are openly saying it now in interviews, what the newspapers do, and they say it in past tense, but they still do it now. Of course they still do it now. Why would you get rid of something
Go off,
that
Melanie.
works for you?
Yeah.
It's working for the corporation. Anyway, I
have to see this painting.
A free spirit.
I hope she's painting Gregg Wallace.
And that ain't gonna change anytime soon. Do you want to see my painting? Just quick hello to the painting. Oh fuck, I can't show you. Oh, there's my kids in an old picture. Up, down, up, down, up, down. It's this.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, I'm just playing.
Oh, lovely. Oh, lovely.
There you go. Have a wonderful day. I'll see you soon. Bye.
All right, we're gonna see. Wait, what?
Welcome to my.
All right, we're gonna see a different. We're gonna see Vanessa Feltz's take.
Welcome to my YouTube channel. Today, I want to address the Gregg Wallace story. If you want to find out what I think, just push the subscribe button and then do please leave your questions in the comments. I've interviewed Gregg Wallace on the radio a few times. I've also met him in person a few times. I've never worked on any of his shows. I've never been a guest on any of them. So I have never personally experienced or seen him behave in the way that it's alleged that he's been behaving by the 13 at least women primarily who've complained about his behavior. So I haven't seen it happen myself. A very dear and close friend and associate of mine, though, was in a lift with him at the BBC. This friend of mine was bringing him to participate in a program on the BBC. They walked into the lift. My friend did not know Gregg Wallace, had never met him before. And in the lift was a young girl who worked on another show. So the three of them were going up in the lift together. And completely unprompted, Gregg Wallace described a sex act that he had performed on his then wife that morning. So my friend had not met Gregg Wallace before, hadn't asked him about his sex life, was simply taking him to participate in a BBC program. And the young lady in the lift was just an innocent passenger. So this is something that a very close friend and associate of mine told me about at the time. What did anyone do about it? Of course, absolutely nothing. What you might not have experienced if you've never been a guest on a television program is the absolute power that can be exercised by the star of the show. So the star is the big name, usually the presenter, the name over the door. This
is like much the same with like Jimmy Savile, although he was like doing it with actual children. It's like the worst iteration of this kind of thing. But like this is what happens with like literally all media. It's an entertainment problem. Like people like to pin this on the BBC, like, oh, the BBC keeps hiring paedophiles and predators. It's a media problem. It's a media problem. It's a problem with people who are like, oh, I'm the star of the show, therefore I have power. It's like, it's much similar with like CEOs. It's just like anyone with power. And it happens a hell of a lot in like media and in shows. They will just like, they'll just get this sort of idea that they have power over everyone else. And they'll just be like, oh yeah, I could just exploit this entire situation for my gain. That's That is the pattern. That's what happens.
Essentially, the person to whom everyone is kowtowing. Now, the star of any show very much creates the atmosphere, both behind the scenes and on screen. And if the star is a nice, genial, charming, friendly, nice kind of person, then the atmosphere is friendly, charming, nice, and just kind of a congenial place where you're happy to work. If the star is temperamental and difficult, everyone's edgy, everyone's nervous, everyone is kind of on the back foot, just hoping that the star isn't going to be offended or upset or lose their temper or something like that. If the star is sexually inappropriate and creates an atmosphere in which he intimidates people,
like
embarrasses people, humiliates people, creates a climate of inappropriate sexual innuendo, inappropriate sexual conversation, inappropriate sexual gestures, comes out of the dressing room wearing almost nothing, everyone's a bit horrified, then that's an atmosphere that most people pick up on if they're guests on the show very, very quickly. The thing is, though, that when you're a guest on a show,
I should have done that lemonade pour on camera. Look at that. Bloody hell. Schweppes lemonade, head 75%.
So you're in a very sort of suppliant position. You are way down the food chain. You're just one of any number of disposable guests. You know, they had 10 guests the week before, they'll have 10 guests the week after. You're just another guest. So because you're in such a kind of inferior position, the presenter or the star is in such a superior position, it's very unlikely.
I wish that people would understand that this is how most sort of, I don't know, exploitative relationships occur. It's from a power imbalance. It's not like, it's generally not because of like, you know, it's not because the BBC have employed someone and therefore they're automatically a paedophile or like whatever media company it is. Or I do get that media companies can create certain cultures, but like generally it happens when you have like a hierarchy of people and someone holds a lot of power. That's when this like generally happens.
That you're going to rock the boat or make a fuss or make a complaint. If the star and the presenter says something that you think is insulting, offensive, oppressive, sexually inappropriate, threatening, humiliating, it's very, very unlikely that you're going to call the star out on it because A, you look like you're a troublemaker. B, you look as if you somehow don't get the joke. You're so uncool. You're such a kind of stick in the mud. You're so, I don't know, pompous. You're so, I don't know, self-obsessed that you just can't laugh along with the general humor. And you don't want to stick out as somebody who is a party pooper on somebody else's show that you're just a guest on. So
you could apply this to like most workplaces as well. Though, like I've worked in places where, you know, people make jokes about like women or like, I don't know, like people are just so, I don't know. I feel like in workplaces, people are so desperate to put people into boxes sometimes just so that they can make jokes about them because they're like, ooh, we've got like a funny, jokey work environment and it's all cool. But like, when it comes down to it, all they're really doing is sort of like making assumptions on that person's gender or whatever. Like I remember working in a bar once and I feel like when I worked there, I had like very long bleach blonde hair. And I just feel like I was kind of expected to be because I had bleach blonde hair at the time, I feel like I was kind of expected to be a bit of a bit of a dumb blonde. And at the time I was so young, I kind of just like didn't fight it very much. I was like, oh, yeah, I'm really dumb. But now I've kind of realized that I'm actually not dumb. I'm actually not. But it's amazing how much you can start believing something about yourself when so many people around you just sort of like tell you that you are that thing. You know, it can take a lot to sort of break yourself out of that and be like, oh, actually, that I'm not that stereotype. Oh shit, I'm not that stereotype. Oh fuck, I'm a person. I'm an individual person. It sometimes can like take a lot to like break out of that.
Position is very, very difficult. And I've been several times in the position where I've been on a show. It wasn't Gregg Wallace, I must admit, nothing to do with Gregg Wallace at all. But I've been on a couple of shows, in fact, where I've been made deeply uncomfortable by what passes for a joke. But you know that if you don't at least pretend to laugh along, you're going to stick out like a sore thumb. You're never going to get asked back. And it could be a blot on your copybook forever. You know, you could be labeled. Oh God, that Vanessa, she's so po-faced. She doesn't laugh. She doesn't seem to have any sense of humor.
Abuse of power and power imbalance can happen to you as a PhD student. Yeah. I mean, if people hold certain biases about you, yeah, it absolutely can happen. It's the worst when you're in that type of situation when you're very young. Yeah, because like that's when you like mostly believe it. Like as I was saying, when I was in that situation where people were assuming that I was dumb, I was like, oh yeah, I am dumb. I just sort of fucking believed it. I was like, yeah, sure. But I just wanted to like fit in, and I didn't want to like break against the mold too much because I wanted to fit in with this group of people who were like all working in a bar and like all seemingly getting on so well together. I was like, oh yeah, if you want me to be the dumb blonde girl, then I will. But like looking back on that job now, like I certainly found it a lot harder to work up in that job than certain men did. And some other women as well who sort of didn't have that stereotype sort of laid onto them like I did. They sort of like I worked there for a long time, and a lot of people got promotions to like, you know, be supervisors, which meant that they were like paid a little bit more and they could tell other bar people what to do. And they would get promoted. And I remember working my fucking ass off, taking like I took loads of shifts. And sometimes they'd put little initiatives on where you could try and prove that you were like really good at selling certain drinks on the bar. And I would work my fucking ass off, but I never got anywhere. But some people who did far less than me, for stupid fucking reasons, would get promoted ahead of me. And I just fucking believed that I was just shit. I believed that I was just shit. But looking back on it, like they definitely thought that I was a dumb blonde. They just thought that I was dumb. There's no other way that I can explain it. I don't know. Maybe that's just what they thought of me. But I know now that I'm not. I know now that I'm not. So like, I don't know.
We were only joshing. It was only bants. Why the hell didn't she laugh? So you laugh. And that's what most of the very distinguished female broadcasters, Kirsty Walk, Azma Mir, all the different women, Emma Kennedy, who've complained about Gregg Wallace, have said, you know, why didn't they? Most of them, some of them did, but most of them didn't raise it at the time. Kirsty Allsop didn't say a word. Why not? Because you don't want to be labelled as the prude that said something. What I think is very interesting about the Gregg Wallace story is this, and we have to note that he denies all allegations, and so do his lawyers. But what I think is this: in the past, some very bolshy folk have been exposed as saying some pretty horrible things. And what do these bolshy, chippy blokes, let's be honest, it's always men, what do these bolshy, chippy men do when they're accused of having said a whole volley of really offensive things that have upset people and distressed them, humiliated them, embarrassed them, caused them discomfort, all that kind of thing? What do? They don't do what they should do, which is just come out and say, I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry. I certainly have never meant to upset anyone. I feel dreadful that I have. I definitely didn't mean to. I didn't realize that anything I was saying was offensive. If I had, I wouldn't have said it. And I'm so sorry. And I'm really going to do whatever I can to make amends. I'm sending everybody flowers. I'm writing personal letters of apology. I'm sending everyone a basket of fruit. I'll do whatever I have to do to show I'm very sorry, because that's very easy to do, isn't it? But what these bolshy, chippy characters do, and I've seen it done in the past on quite a few occasions, they double down. So they don't say sorry, they do the opposite. And in Gregg Wallace's case, we can all see very clearly what he's done. He's saying it is a cohort of middle-aged, middle-class women who have complained, and everybody else is fine with it. In so doing, he insults basically everybody. He insults working class women because he implies that working class women would be absolutely delighted to endure a volley of inappropriate sexual banter and a whole load of behavior that is sexually threatening and inappropriate. He also insults...
Also, they're more likely to be like I was when I was that age, at early 20s, not knowing how fucking fucked up that is. To be treated like that.
Young women, because he implies that young women would be really cool with a man behaving in the way he's been accused of having behaved. He insults middle-aged women. He insults middle-class women. He insults everybody, really. And I
was literally used, when I was in my early 20s, when I was working a bar job, I was literally used as not only was I sort of assumed to be dumb because I had bleach blonde hair, I was also sort of touted as the attractive, one of the attractive ones that worked there. And literally that was just accepted, that I was going to be the one who was going to try and bring people into the bar by giving out fucking flyers because I was going to be able to get the men in. That's not what I want to be. But it's just that's just put on you. As a young woman, it's just, it's so wrong.
Labels working class men of a certain age as kind of, unfiltered.
Oh, you couldn't be a supervisor here. No, you couldn't be a manager. You're not clever enough. What you are is the eye candy.
Unbridled, disrespectful,
You're the one who puts up with all of this shit, but it's okay because you're the eye candy, and that's where you get all of the perks, because you're the eye candy.
Appropriate. Why would you double down like that? Why wouldn't you just say sorry? Isn't it very, very simple? If you've upset someone, whether you meant to or not, whether you did it on purpose or not, why aren't you sorry? They're upset.
The thing is, though, at the time, it's you don't kind of realize how fucked up it is until after you've been through it and you look back at it, because at the time you're like, you think that I'm talented enough to bring people into this bar? You think that I'm talented enough, and you kind of see it as a compliment? That's how fucked up it is. It's not a fucking compliment, but you don't realize that until afterwards.
Because of you. Be sorry. That's the right thing to be. Say you're sorry. Say it nicely. Don't double down, and don't blame anyone but yourself. I definitely think that there's a great magnetism, a kind of magnetic draw between a certain kind of narcissistic personality and TV and radio. There really does seem to be. There seems to be a kind of other side to the showing off side, which is a kind of power play, a kind of wish to, pulverize everybody else, put your stamp on things, be cock of the walk. And I use the phrase cock of the walk on purpose. I know what it means. And that is what is going on. It's a particular character type, a personality type. What I don't get is this, though, and I've never understood this. If you're the star of the show, you're the star. You're the highest paid person in the room. You're valuable to everybody there. You are very, very well known, celebrated, your name over the door. If you want...
Yeah, Foley, in response to you, after I graduated and I started working, I I graduated in music production and I started working for a company where we sold music production equipment. And I'll never speak anything like that of the boss that I had then, because he was like great and he never treated me like that. From that moment on, like after I started working for that company, like that boss that I had was actually a really decent guy. But I know it, like I realized that how decent he was when I went to like conferences, and I would, so we were a company that sold DJ and music production equipment. And so obviously that's a very male dominated industry. Not very many women there. So sometimes I'd end up going to like conferences where other like retailers, other retail shops would go. And I've noticed that other retail shops, like sometimes there'd be these big like expos, and some of the shops would literally have like, they'd all have their own stands where they'd be like, you know, showcasing their DJ equipment, like their new PA speakers or their new controllers or their new mixers and CDJs or headphones or whatever. But sometimes the stands would like literally have like half naked women on them, like or like women with like really tight dresses on them, and there'd be like really loud music blaring, like hey, and like obviously the women had only been hired to like dance around and like try and lure in these male DJs, and I was like, I'm so glad I don't work for one of those DJ companies. Like, fuck, that's so fucked up. But like also, if I ended up going to like some kind of like training event where there would be male people, like male staffers from another retail shop, like sometimes like, you know, a company like Pioneer or Native Instruments, they would put on like a training event for like loads of different retail companies so we could all learn how their products worked, for example. And you know, quite often I would be the only woman in a room of men, and the amount of times that I would be sat in one of those rooms and I'd sort of suddenly realized like how misogynistic the rest of the industry could be that I wasn't normally exposed to in the company that I worked in. So like you can kind of you can see how like fucked up it is, because like if I'd worked for any of those other companies, like I would have fucking left. I probably would have fucking left, because it was so hostile to women. It was like I was either being mansplained to, because they just assumed that I didn't know what I was talking about when it came to some technical thing. They were like, what? Why are you asking that question? It's obviously this. When it wasn't obvious. That was why I was asking a question. Or like they'd just sort of try and ask me out on a date or something for a drink. I'd be like, I only had to have like a few different experiences with the other companies in the industry to realize like how hostile it was to women. And yeah, I mean, I feel lucky to not have been hired myself by one of those companies that was so hostile to women. And you kind of realize that like that is why a lot of industries just don't have a lot of women in them. It's because maybe they tried at some point and they were treated like that once, and they were like, oh fuck, I'm out of here, fuck that.
Or chop pineapple for lunch, someone will go and chop your pineapple for you. If you have to have 7 lattes with a caramel squirt, they will get you 7 lattes with a caramel squirt. I once personally, this is me, it really happened to me, signed up to present a show, I'm not going to say which one it was, and I was offered, and I quote, anything you want, Vanessa, drugs, sex, anything you want. And I was so pathetic. I said, could I have someone to do the ironing? I kind of quite regret that now. But what I'm saying is, if you are the star of the show, you have the power. It's quite clear. Why would you want to abuse it by being nasty? Why would you want to make people feel uncomfortable?
Yeah, female mechanics would regularly have to deal with customers asking for a man because they assumed that a woman wouldn't know the answer. Yeah, I mean, that's the same when I worked in the shop, selling DJ equipment. It was like, yeah, it was like they would always basically say, they would always make it sound like they'd always speak to the same person when they went in the shop. So they'd always ask for like the last guy that they spoke to when they were in the shop. They were like, oh yeah, can I speak to Dan again, please? Can I speak to Sam again, please? I was speaking to Sam again last time. And they were like, they would never want to ask me a question, and they'd never want to put their trust into me as like a person who would know how to answer their question. I was like, oh yeah, I was talking to this guy last time. Can I speak to him again? And I was just like, I know why you don't want to ask me. Because like any other fucking guy could be in the shop right now and you'd be fine. You wouldn't be asking for the dude because you trust that he can answer your question. Why can't you trust that I can answer your question? Oh, I fucking know why.
And upset and humiliated, embarrassed and shamed. Why would you want to do that? You've already got your name over the door. People are already doing all they can to make you happy. So why not just enjoy it? Why do you have to go that extra mile and make the working place so toxic? This is what I never do understand. Thanks for watching my YouTube channel. This is my response to the Gregg Wallace story. Do push the subscribe button. Leave your questions and your comments with pleasure.
My parents' business was selling ATVs. What's ATV? And motorcycles. And there would be moments when my mum would be there alone and they would say things like, is nobody here? Yeah. It got really creepy at one point with one guy. He just like, at one point, like this old guy was like, oh yeah, can you show me this controller? I want to ask about it. And then when I started telling him about it, it was like, it was quite clear that he just wasn't that interested in it. And then he just like started edging like closer and closer to me. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Yeah. It can get really fucking creepy sometimes. I think as a society, we should stop using sex to sell products that have nothing to do with sex. What have I got here? I think a quad bike is an ATV, but not all ATVs are quad bikes. Craft beer, Husky, Pale Ale, Mosaic. Born in Malta. ATV. Okay, I'm going to look up ATV. No, not STV. ATV. Oh, right. So it's like a quad bike. Okay. Husky. Woo! Oh, it's gonna go over. No, it's not. No, it's not. All ATV stands for all-terrain vehicle. I see. I've ridden a quad bike one time before, and it scared me a little bit. It's like you're holding onto the handlebars and you just do that like a tiny little bit. And as soon as you do that, like even 1 centimeter, it's like, and it fucking goes like mad. So they scare me a little bit. But yeah, no, they're fun. They look fun. But the one time I've had a go on one, it scared me a little bit. But maybe if I had more practice on it, then the fun scale would go up and the scare scale would go down a little bit. Zero to shit! Had a bad experience on a motocross once. You know those tiny little motorbikes? Is that what you Americans call them? Those fucking those tiny little fuckers. No, that's a dirt bike. No, what I was on was smaller than that. It was like that size. It was much smaller than that. If you type in mini motocross, maybe it'll... It was like one of these little fuckers, but like you can still get it on it as an adult. I fell off one of these once. And it's scarred me for life. I was driving down a dirt road in one, and I just hit a rock, and I just went sideways down a bank, and there was a thorn bush down that bank, and I survived, but I came out with a lot of scratches. Yeah. Penny Lancaster, who is Rod Stewart's wife, I believe. Model Penny Lancaster has claimed that she was both a witness and victim to bullying behaviour from former MasterChef host Gregg Wallace. It was the first time the 53-year-old had spoken out since her husband, Sir Rod Stewart, publicly accused Wallace last month of being an ill-mannered bully who had humiliated his wife during her 2021 appearance on the show. Lancaster told ITV's Loose Women on Thursday, "I didn't realise my husband had sent out that post until it was out." Yeah, he probably should have asked her before he sent that out. Wallace stepped down from MasterChef 2 weeks ago while an investigation into the allegations of historic misconduct were underway. His lawyers have strongly denied all of the allegations. After the first claims emerged, Sir Rod posted on Instagram, "Good riddance, Wallace! You humiliated my wife when she was on the show, but you had that bit cut out, didn't you? You're a tubby, bald-headed, ill-mannered bully. Come and got you." Sir Rod Stewart. Lancaster, who made it to the quarterfinals of Celebrity MasterChef, told Loose Women, "Without going into the details, I didn't realise my husband had sent that post out until it was out, and of course, you can imagine, the influx of inquiries were there." There were. She said she was on jury duty at the time and didn't realise what had happened until later, and she was in shock by Sir Rod's message. "When I did turn my phone back on, I got a message from a friend saying, 'Oh my God, how amazing was that message that your husband put out?' And I was like, 'Well, what message? What has he done?'" Speaking to the panel, Lancaster said, "I most definitely was witness and victim to some of the bullying and harassment behaviour of Gregg Wallace. And unfortunately, a lot of those involved in the production team were also witness to that, and I really feel like he used his position of power to, I believe, intimidate and cause distress to a lot of people on set. And it's really unfortunate that someone like him is allowed to get away with that. And while others sort of stand by and let it happen at the same time," Lancaster added, "I felt a little bit vindicated that something was put out there. Going back to sort of that whole Me Too movement, it's shocking to think how many people do suffer in the hands of men in a powerful position and are too afraid to talk out. They don't feel at the time that they're going to be supported or listened to, so sometimes it can take a few years later for someone to mention something. It gives the other victims and people that have suffered the confidence to come forward." Wallace stepped aside from presenting MasterChef after a BBC News investigation that last month discovered 13 people spanning a range of ages across 5 different programmes had made allegations against Wallace of inappropriate sexual comments. Other women have since come forward with further claims against the 60-year-old. Wallace's lawyers have said it is entirely false that he engages in behaviour of a sexually harassing nature. Production company Badenoch UK announced an immediate external review to fully and impartially investigate, and has said that Wallace was committed to fully cooperating throughout the process. Asked about Lancaster's specific allegations, Badenoch says it takes this matter incredibly serious, but while the external investigation is going, we won't be commenting on individual allegations. This is all just like legal shit, isn't it, really? Lancaster met her rock star husband, best known for hit songs Do You Think I'm Sexy and Maggie May in 1999 while he was on tour. The couple married in 2007 and have 2 sons. Great. All right, we'll move on from Gregg Wallace. We'll do a little bit more UK and then we'll move on to Luigi when I come back from doing another pee-pee. We still have to do the wet bread and also just a few other little UK bits, and then we'll do Luigi. There's so much. I have so many fucking links about the fucking UHC shooting. The memes, the absolute memes. Oh my God, it's been relentless. It has been relentless. All right. Gonna pee. Be right back. Look at the coaster. Woo!
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
All right. My bathroom is still in a state of disarray. I know it's been forever. I at least have floor tiles down at this point. But I still don't have a shower. You know where my fucking shower is? I'll fucking show you where my shower is right now. It's here. It is here. It's still not on the wall. It is here. This should be in my bathroom right now, but is laid next to me on the floor. I've not seen Spidey. I've not seen Spidey in weeks. I wish I could shower at home. I've not been able to shower at home for a couple of months at this point. I've been showering at the gym. It's a good job that I go most days to the gym, because if not, I would have been a very, very smelly person. I got one of those showers where you have that over the top, and then you have, and then this thing goes like I don't know where this thing goes. It kind of clips in somehow. And this is the thing that you clean your body with. This thing. It looks a bit like a microphone. It looks a bit like one of those 80s microphones. Like I don't know, Elvis Presley or something. I caught in a trap. I can walk out because I love you too much, baby. Why can't you see what you're doing to me? So yeah, my shower is on the floor next to me. The one that should be plumbed in my bathroom right now, it is on the floor next to me. I don't know what I mean. Like, what do I mean when I say those microphones that used to look like just like cylinders? What decade were they from? I don't know. I'm not that good at audio equipment, okay? I'm not that good at it. I don't know the history of audio equipment. '60s? Is it '60s? Late '70s, early '80s. '80s condenser mic. Okay, let's look that up. '80s condenser mics. Because I love you too much, baby. Why can't you see what you're doing to me? A Musician's Guide to Vintage Microphones. Is this gonna tell us anything? This was produced in 1953 until 1963. That's pretty cylindrical. Those are more normal. This was released in 1971. Look how long and thin that is. You see? That was released in 1933. Wow. '57, this little lollipop. Yeah, they've probably all got lead in them. Because I love you too much, baby. All right. Let's talk about moist bread. Why not? Why can't you see? All I want to do now, though, is sing. What you doing to me? I will not touch bread if it is moist. Kemi Badenoch sparks Westminster food fight. I would be really happy if the food fight was like an actual physical food fight, but it was not. Starmer says he prefers a toasty over a steak after Badenoch claims that lunch is for wimps and sandwiches are not a real food. Can't believe it. I don't know why lunch is for wimps. Like, I literally cannot concentrate if I haven't eaten. I cannot concentrate if I'm hungry. It's impossible. In a row likely to generate more debate than many of their exchanges over this dispatch box, the Prime Minister has hailed the humble sandwich as a great British institution after Kemi Badenoch denounced the lunchtime staple as not real food. In an interview with The Spectator, the leader of the opposition channeled her inner Gordon Gekko to declare, lunch is for wimps. I have food brought in and I work and eat at the same time. There's no time. Sometimes I will get a steak. Jesus. So who goes out and gets a steak just for lunch? I think she's really trying to sort of pander to the Jordan Peterson incel crowd, isn't she? Oh yeah, I just go out and get a steak for lunch. Like, how much does that cost? That's gonna be at least 13 quid, isn't it? Like, just for your lunch. That's pretty fucking expensive. I don't know. I'm fucking vegan. I don't know what I'm talking about. How expensive is a steak for your lunch? It's not cheap. I know that much. Ugh. Desperate for a slice of the action, Starmer's unofficial spokesperson weighed in to respond, saying that the Prime Minister was surprised to hear that Badenoch had a steak brought in for lunch, and he preferred a cheese toastie. Badenoch had earlier made clear her distaste for bread-based snacks. I'm not a sandwich person. I don't think sandwiches are real food. It's what you have for breakfast, she told The Spectator. I will not touch bread if it is moist. Starmer's spokesperson responded, I think he was surprised to hear that the leader of the opposition has a steak brought in for lunch. The Prime Minister is quite happy with a sandwich lunch. Asked what the Prime Minister's favourite sandwich was, they added, I think he enjoys a tuna sandwich and occasionally a cheese toastie. Badenoch swiftly attacked the Prime Minister's response to her remarks. That's such a centrist response. A tuna sandwich and a cheese toastie. Not too vegan, not too vegetarian, but also not too steaky, not too red meaty. Just right in the middle. Asked what the Prime Minister's favourite sandwich was, they added, I think he enjoys a tuna sandwich and occasionally a cheese toastie. Badenoch swiftly attacked the Prime Minister's response to her remarks in a post on social media, writing, the PM has time to respond to my jokes about lunch, but no time for the farmers who produce our food. It is not the first time Westminster has been convulsed over sandwich choices. The then housing Mr. Dominic Raab hit the headlines during the last Conservative government when it was revealed that he bought exactly the same lunch every day. A pret-a-manger chicken and bacon baguette, a superfruit pot and vitamin volcano smoothie. A survey for Hovis earlier this year found that the nation's favourite sandwich was BLT, followed by chicken salad and tuna mayonnaise. You know what my favourite sandwich is? I love having sandwiches with guacamole in them and fake cheese and a bit of fake ham and maybe some fake chicken. Yeah. And tomatoes and cucumber and lettuce. I like making a big fat ass sandwich with like loads of lettuce, tomato and cucumber and guacamole and just like some fake meat to pop it up, like some corn fake meat. Yeah, baby. Love that shit. Oh. You prefer lunch, Lee? Banned! Send from the chat. Roasted red peppers, cucumbers, some good vegan cheese lettuce. That's it. Yeah. Yes. Honestly, like the fake sandwich meat is pretty good these days. Like, no, it doesn't taste like actual meat, but within the context of a sandwich, I actually think, yeah, it's actually pretty good. Within the context of a sandwich, I think it's pretty good. I like it. It is not the first time Westminster, good King Wenceslas has been convulsed over sandwich choices. The then Housing Minister Dominic Raab. I've already read this one. I've already read this paragraph. Would you eat lab-grown meat? I would, actually. I would, because I only really don't eat meat because of the cruelty to animals. I also kind of like, I'm also a little bit concerned about the health implications of red meat. I think there is legitimate scientific consensus that red meat is a carcinogen. I think that the evidence behind that, I'm not doing a Diary of a CEO moment right now. I'm trying to make it clear. I think the scientific consensus behind red meat being a carcinogen is pretty substantial. So I wouldn't make it a staple part of my diet. But no, I wouldn't have anything against eating meat grown from a lab. Other than that, I wouldn't make it a part of my diet. I would maybe make it a treat if I thought it tasted nice. But to be fair, I can't really remember what it tastes like, so I'm not that bothered about it anyway, to be fair. Meat bad because ethics, but sure, meat bad because bad for you, not so much. What? I've tried the vegan real dairy stuff. I'd be uncomfortable trying lab meat. I can't see how it would be any different from meat from an actual animal. Like, you're just sort of like using the same genes. Like, if you did a blind test, how would you even tell the difference? A survey for Hervis. Wait, where did I stop? Lunch choices were not only the cultural dividing line that Badenoch sought to draw in the interview. The Tory leader later attacked Starmer for saying that he might watch Love Actually over Christmas, adding that she prefers watching Die Hard over the festive period. She really is going for the... She's going for the Jordan Peterson, Joe Rogan bullshit, isn't she? There is a British Prime Minister who's messing around and is not doing the foreign policy properly. People are cheating and there is a lot going on there if you move away from the smiley, happy, cheesy stuff, she told The Spectator. I don't know what she means by that. What? There is a British Prime Minister who's messing around and is not doing the foreign policy properly. People are cheating and there is a lot going on there if you move away from the smiley, happy, cheesy stuff. I'll feel fatigued and lethargic until I eat some meat. It's very weird. I think like a lot of diet stuff is very psychological though. A lot of stuff is like, you will feel a certain way if you expect to feel a certain way, because your brain is constantly trying to make predictions and it's constantly incentivized to legitimize those predictions. And I think that's why a lot of people struggle to change to change their diets, especially if they try and change them in a very drastic way in a short space of time. Because like anything that might go wrong, any sort of like health issue that might happen, you're very likely to be like, oh, well, it's because I did this and this and this. Because that's just how brains work. I think, you know, approaching changes in your lifestyle with very sort of in a very sort of open-minded mindset can help a lot. And also changing things one very small step at a time is also very beneficial. So like if you wanted to go vegan or if you just wanted to go vegetarian, it can be beneficial to like start off by doing it maybe 1 day a week or 2 days a week and then 3 days a week and then 4 days a week. Brains don't respond very well to big changes all at once. And if you try to make too big of a change at once, your brain can be like, well, that was a really bad idea and clearly I deserve meat because I felt sick when I didn't have it, when actually maybe what you really did was try to make too much of a big change all at once. But yeah, I mean, it's different for everyone. You can do things like cut out red meat, then cut out poultry, cut out seafood. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I was vegetarian since I was a kid. But in 2016 is when I decided to cut out dairy as well. And I didn't find it too difficult personally. I also don't think that I have a very addictive personality, though. I'm not very much like, oh, I must have this, oh, I must have this, oh, I must have this. I think if I tell myself that I'm going to do something, then I just do it. I'm that kind of person. But yeah, I did go from vegetarian to vegan, so it was a bit less of a jump from like full-on meat eater to vegan, but yeah. I know that some people find it kind of hard, but I'm more like, I just see it as like changing habits. Like your brain really loves habits, and I think you just sort of like need to realize that you need to sort of retrain your brain sometimes. Like sometimes you're so used to doing something that you actually think that you could never see your life in any other way other than doing this specific thing. But if you just sort of like tell yourself you're going to do something for a month, and then if it's absolutely unbearable after that month, fair enough. But like so much of the time, people will realize that actually, if you've just done something for a month, your brain's kind of rewired itself by that point, and you've kind of realized, oh, I actually didn't need this thing. I actually don't need this thing in my life. I actually can let go of it. Oh shit. I mean, that it's not just the same with diet. It's the same with like anything in your life. If you want to kind of cut something out of your life, it's just habits. It's like, I mean, I don't want to sound like one of these fucking grifter neuroscientists on the fucking Andrew Huberman podcasts right now. But like, from everything that I've read, like neuroplasticity is a thing. Like you can change the way that your brain is wired if you just set yourself into new habits. It just takes a little while. But yeah, you also have to want to do it. If you don't truly, like in your heart, want to do something, you won't, because that's another thing I've learned. Everything basically comes down to like vibes and feelings. And we basically sort of trick ourselves into thinking that we're thinking logically, when actually we're all sort of like vibing. We're all sort of like floating through life on vibes, because the world is too complex to actually make logical sense out of. And the way that we deal with that is by getting feelings out of certain things and then working back from that feeling and building up logical arguments based on the feeling. So like if there's no feeling that you actually really want to be vegan or whatever, if there's no actual base feeling there, then it will probably never materialize logically in your life. You need that base feeling. You need that sort of feeling, that you need that sort of emotional connection, I think, to like animals to really make it work. I think there needs to be that real emotional connection there to like really make you want to do it. Or a spite towards capitalism. Yeah. Or you need to go missing for months and take ayahuasca in Bali or something and just completely disappear, and then come back and shoot a CEO in the back of the head. Ayahuasca will make you feel something, man. But yeah, everything's based on emotions, man. Everything's based on vibes. It's just vibes, man. But people can like flip. People can flip like the worst incel bro, Nazi 4chan bro. Like they can flip to like liberal or even like socialist or whatever. But the thing is, I think what needs to happen is like something deeply impactful in that person's life for them to flip, you know? Like there needs to be a personal connection for that person, for them to be able to flip to a different sort of ideology, you know? I think that's what needs to happen most of the time. Like the person, you know, the person needs to get a girlfriend or something, and then they can sort of like see things from a different perspective, and then they start seeing how like logically things can make sense from a completely different perspective. An epistemic anchor, yeah. I used to be on 4chan in the mid-2000s and I thought I was libertarian, and now I would say I'm a communist. Wow. That's quite the flip there. Maybe you don't need to be like so extreme though, like either way. It's not necessarily to be like extreme on either side. I was a 4chan enthusiast and I was really a really mean person. Met someone, realized how bad all that was, and the same, now I'm a commie. I listened to Sargon 5 years ago. Yeah. But rather that there are convincing arguments for ethical, vegetarian and veganism. I was a libertarian because I thought socialism bad. I mean, I guess there's like a lot of crossover between like, I guess like the sort of anarcho extensions of both sides. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm pretty moderate after years of listening, reading. Yeah, I mean, like I've done a hell of a lot of reading, and it's like you couldn't even say that one type of ideology is a result of that person's done the reading. It's always going to be based on your personal biases. Like you can do all of the political reading in the world, but the way that you view that political reading that you're doing, it's always going to be based on your genetics, and your genetics influence the way your brain works a hell of a lot for a start, but B, the way that you brought up and the experiences that you've had in your life. And like, even it's like, you know, there's no sort of like one political ideology where it's like, oh, those guys have done all of the reading, therefore they're right. It never is that way. It's always different. Personal bias is, yeah, lived experience is a part of personal bias, but like genetics is actually part of it. From everything that I've read, like genetics is a part of it, along with your lived experience. And every lived experience is so unique that you couldn't ever come up to somebody else and be like, oh, your political ideology is incorrect because you haven't read enough. That's not, you could never say that. You couldn't say that. You can read all of the political books in the entire fucking world, but you'll still come to a decision which is influenced by your own biases and your genetics. The amount that you could read everything about like history and, you know, the way that ideologies and societies are worked out in the past and how wars have worked out, and you can still take away your own lessons from it that are different from somebody else's. Because what you're going to do is, like, when you read about that war or that ideology or what inspired people's actions, you're still going to take your own lessons from that are influenced by your genes and your experiences. And they're never going to be exactly the same as somebody else's. I mean, like, and also, you could never fucking know everything. That's another thing. Like, it's literally impossible to know everything. So you're always going to be biased towards what you know versus what you don't know. But that's what's so unique about humans, and what I find fascinating about humans as well is how we love to talk to each other. And the thing I think about a lot is like how humans compare to animals. And like, animals don't really sort of like have a concept of the future. They just sort of work on their intuitions and what they're sort of wired to do. And a lot of like Evo psych guys, they'll think that humans act like that as well. But everything that I've seen is actually like, it's so evident that humans are so different to animals in just the way that our brains work, because what we really like to do is reason with each other. We're so social because all we ever do is think about the future and think about how our society should be in the future. That's also why we're all so fucking depressed and anxious all the time. it's annoying, but like, it's what we do. We're so anxious because we can see the future, and sometimes we get worried about what the future holds, and it makes us depressed. But we're also constantly talking to each other about how the future should go ahead, and I find that quite fascinating, you know. We're unique in that we record our own history and plan far ahead. Exactly. Yeah. Like, if you've got a dog or cat, you know, you ever looked into your dog or cat's eyes? They don't have a fucking clue what's going on tomorrow. And they also don't care. And sometimes I wish I could be like that, because then I wouldn't be fucking anxious half of the time. I wish I could not care what's going to happen tomorrow. But I'm human, so I do, and so do the rest of us. We're all anxious all the time, because what we're trying to do is a reason about what's going to happen in the future, you know? Wrong, Brooklyn knows everything he does. I was just trying to look at where... He's not in his bed behind me. I actually don't know where he's gone. He's hiding somewhere in the room. But no, it is like fascinating. Like, humans are... I should probably full screen because I'm like going off on a tangent. But like, yeah, humans are the only ones who have like a full imagination and can look into the future. But also, we're constantly talking to each other about that imagination of the future and how it should go. Like, that's why we're different, and that's also why we evolved language. So we could talk to each other about that, and so we could plan things together about the future. That's why we're so different from animals. Isn't that fascinating? But like, we thought that we could like teach animals how to speak English, because we love to anthropomorphize animals so much that we thought that we could teach a gorilla called Coco. That Coco was the name, right? We thought we could teach a gorilla how to speak English through sign language. And we spent decades trying to do this, and we convinced ourselves that we could, until eventually all of the scientists got together and were like, actually, gorillas can't speak English at all. Because they have no concept of language. And you know why that is? It's because they have no concept of speaking with each other to make plans for the future. And that's fine, and we should accept that. And we should realize that animals are different from humans in that way. But it took us so long to realize that. Language was a mistake. It led us to capitalism. I thought Coco was able to abstract a bit. No, I mean, no, I believe like in the end that most scientists were like, they basically came to the decision that Coco only ever signed things like that the humans taught her because she was trying to get food from the humans. And like the longest sentence that Coco ever made was just a mishmash of these random words, and but the humans sort of decided, oh, she made an entire sentence. She never did. She was just doing a mishmash of words with her hands because she knew that eventually if she did that, then the humans would give her food if she did it. It's much the same as a dog. Like you can say certain commands to a dog and a dog will understand. Oh, when you say that and I do this thing, you give me food. But it's not real language. A real test of like knowing whether a species actually has language if they actually attempt to extract knowledge out of another being. So like the animal would have to ask a question. The animal would have to endeavor to acquire knowledge from another brain, and that's like never happened. People have said that it's happened, but it's not really. It's kind of been a bit of a fluke, and it's not really been proven that that's what the animal was actually trying to do. It's not been proven that the animal was actually trying to learn from the other person's brain, because that's the really unique human thing, is that like we evolved and our brains kept on getting bigger and bigger because evolution was like, oh, this intelligence thing is like really beneficial, so I'm going to keep making this brain bigger and bigger. But eventually evolution was basically like, oh, I can't make this brain any bigger now, because if I get any bigger, I won't be able to fit out of a woman's pelvis. Like it's already pretty hard to fit out of a woman's pelvis right now. If I get any bigger, it's going to be impossible. That's what evolution realized. So then after that point, basically we evolved language. And at that point, we evolved to use each other's brains as like, you could call it like external hard drives of our brains. But like instead of evolving USB cables that go from our brains to other people's brains, what we evolved was language. So we could like sit here and ask other people what they think about things, or ask other people what their plans are, ask other people their knowledge about things, and then we absorb that. So instead of it being one great big massive like Wojak, what's that Wojak meme where he's like sat on a big brain? Like instead of it being that, we evolved language so we could use each other as like sort of external hard drives. That's how humans are different to animals. We evolved that way for that reason, because we realized we couldn't evolve any more intelligence, so we'd have to use other people. And that's why we evolved cognitive bias, because we evolved to build up arguments based on our own biases and then to like fight them against other people, and to like sort of talk things out and create compromises based on like whatever we both deemed was reasonable in the middle. That's essentially what politics is. It's what we evolved to do, and why it's generally a good thing. I don't even know why. I don't even remember why I started talking about this now, but yeah. Hive mind? Well, that's not really a hive mind. I'm saying that it's like we all have opinions on things that are influenced by our experiences and also genetics. And it's a mixture of both. And the only way that we're like able to compromise with each other is because of language. And that's why we're so different to animals, because animals are literally acting on their impulses and their sort of like natural intuitions, whereas we very much base our actions on cultures, because we're so social that we tend to act in a way that our culture deems acceptable. We will act in a way that our tribe deems acceptable. Yeah, but listen, my dog is actually different and gets me in a way that all of my psychiatrists don't. Yeah, I totally get that. Like you can separate a cat from its siblings from birth, and it will still grow up mostly like a cat. But like, you couldn't do that with a human. A human wouldn't know what the hell to do. Like you have to teach a human things, because it's so conditioned to just like watch other humans and assimilate itself into cultures. Animals don't have cultures. They don't give a shit. Animals actually can speak English. They don't want to talk to us. Yeah. I'm sure Brooklyn could speak to me if he wanted to. Right. What else do we have to talk about? I think it was just Luigi, wasn't it? Fucking hell, the links I have for this story are insane. I'm just gonna go from the first one. I mean, people have just been posting them in the Discord. I'm just gonna check. Is there anything else that's been? Shall we have a little break from politics? What's this that's been posted?
Now, this guy, I like him because he wears a hairnet.
Oh shit! I need to put it back on the. Okay, what? Oh, hang on. I think it was a timed link. Oh, hang on. Lovely. All right. Luigi Mangione. Oh God, what do I start with? What do I start with? Peter Thiel.
The biggest story remains the.
Okay, I might just skip to the bit where he's asked by Piers Morgan about. Okay.
And to those who think this shooter is a hero because he did it because he said this healthcare executive was presiding over a.
I mean, he already doesn't look well in this clip. He looks like he's been too close to Chernobyl for a few months. I don't know what's making him look like this. I think it's too much baby blood that he's been injecting. I don't know.
A healthcare system which kills thousands of Americans by denying them cover. What would you say to them?
It's cry.
I don't know what to say. I think I still think you should try to make an argument.
You should.
And I think this is you should, there may be things wrong with our healthcare system.
Oh wow.
But you have to make an argument, and you have to try to find a way to convince people and change it by that. And this is not going to work. And, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, there are all sorts of things one could say about it, but
try one.
I don't think, and I think I think the motives feel. I don't want to go into all the particulars.
Make an argument.
I don't think there's anything heroic about him. I completely agree.
Oh, I completely. Oh god.
Thing is, so with Peter Thiel, I've seen Peter Thiel completely glitch out on questions before, like difficult questions, and I think like thankfully that's why Peter Thiel's probably never gonna make it like full time in the mainstream political sphere. Like he's definitely there in the mainstream sphere as like a very rich businessman who's like he's pumping a lot of money into it, but he has no idea how to answer questions like that when he's like publicly being interviewed. I've seen him like try and answer like questions like that before, and he just completely glitches. And I'm so pleased about that, because I think he would be a very, very, if he wasn't like that, I feel like Peter Thiel would be a very, very dangerous individual if he actually had some charisma. I think he would be very dangerous, but he doesn't. He doesn't. So, all good. The Rizless Wonder. I mean, obviously he still has a lot of power, but still, yeah. Okay, let me have a look. What else do we have here? They're making fan edits on TikTok. They had it coming. They had himself to blame. How dare you use my favorite musical to make this? I'm trying to resist dancing right now. I can't. The dirty bum 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 bum. Oh, they had it coming. They had it coming. They had himself to blame. If you'd have been a... Yeah, so apparently people don't want to publish his manifesto. My queries to the New York Times... Oh, no. My queries to the New York Times, the Washington Post, CNN, and NBC to explain the rationale for withholding the manifesto while gladly quoting from it selectively have not been answered. It was less than 300 words. It was just this, basically. It's not really a manifesto, is it really? To the feds, I'll keep this short because I do respect what you do for our country. To say you a lengthy investigation, I state plainly that I wasn't working with anyone. This was fairly trivial. I mean, that's quite clear, wasn't it? This is fairly trivial. Some elementary social engineering, basic What did it... I wonder what he had to social engineer. Basic CAD. A lot of patience. The spiral notebook, if present, had some straggling notes and to-do lists that illuminate the gist of it. My tech is pretty locked down because I work in engineering. I'm reading chat. So probably not much info there. I do apologise for any strife of traumas, but it had to be done. Frankly, these parasites had it coming. A reminder, the US has the #1 most expensive healthcare system in the world, yet we rank roughly number 42 in life expectancy. United is the indecipherable. I mean, was that really indecipherable? United is the fucking largest company in the US by market cap. Behind only Apple, Google, Walmart. It has grown and grown, but as our life expectancy? No, the reality is these fuckers have simply gotten too powerful, and they continue to abuse our country for immense profit because the American public has lured them to get away with it. Obviously, the problem is more complex, but I do not have space, and frankly, I do not pretend to be the most qualified person to lay out the full argument. But many have illuminated the corruption and greed, Rosenthal more decades ago, and the problems simply remain. It is not an issue of awareness at this point, but clearly power games at play. Evidently, I'm the first to face it with such brutal honesty. I mean, if you're going to do a manifesto, it's like out of all of the other manifestos I've read in my life, they've been very long. they've been manifestos. This isn't, I mean, just because of the length of it, maybe you wouldn't call it a manifesto, but I mean, I guess in a way he retains humility because he's like, I'm not the guy who's like gonna lay out all of the arguments for you. That's already been done. I think everybody knows that anyway. Like, he's not the guy that you're gonna get your information from. The information is already out there. The last line is the weird part for me. I don't know. Is that weird? I don't think that's weird. I think that's quite true. I don't know. This is such a weird thing to even stream about in the first place because, like, yeah, I mean, it's, you don't want to condone violence. Obviously, you don't want to do that. And I don't do that. But it's like, at the same time, you can't be like, well, he wasn't justified. And it's such a weird thing to try and commentate on. You know? You just... I don't know, I can kind of come at it from like a sort of British point of view, I guess, and be like, yeah, I mean, coming at it from a British point of view, I can only be like, yeah, you're justified being angry at the system. Anybody who is justified being angry at the system because, like, even though, like, we've got a completely sort of, you know, I suppose, well, the NHS at this point, you couldn't call it socialised. I mean, over the last sort of 14 years that we had of Tory austerity, they've basically kind of privatised it in small increments in a way that, you know, basically they're hoping that we won't realise. It's still technically socialised. Like, we don't have to have health insurance. That is still a good thing. I'd still rather live here than in America. That's what it comes down to. I'd still rather live here, but that's not to say that the NHS is great in any sense of the word. But I think that a health insurance system incentivized by profit is only ever going to end badly. And anybody who ever thinks otherwise is just, I don't know, naive, dumb. I don't know. It was always going to end up this way. And I'm glad, I feel privileged to not be in that situation where I have to be in that system. I feel privileged, even though America's seen as the most privileged country in the world. In certain ways, it is clearly not. You're spending a lot more on your healthcare system and getting a lot less out of it, even though ours is clearly shit because of the Tories. We're still getting more out of it than you guys, clearly. Yeah. Reform want to privatise the NHS. Yeah, I mean, that's always been Nigel Farage's thing. He loves Donald Trump and he loves the idea of privatising healthcare. He always has done. And there are a lot of people who don't believe that healthcare is a human right. So interesting to watch this from a country where socialised mode. Ah, it's gone. $20,000 on average to give birth in America. Oh, he's absolutely wild. I mean, like, I believe like your salaries are higher in the US, but I think that your salaries are higher because a lot of that has to go towards healthcare. And like, I think that a lot of people who like support that system of like privatized healthcare will try and say that, well, it incentivizes the average person to try and live a healthier life. But like, clearly that's not the case, because all I ever hear about is how unhealthy Americans are and how they just eat fast food all the time and burgers, and they never like cook at home. Like, I don't know if I'm being like really, I don't know, stereotypical here, but I feel like if there's like the first few things that Brits feel about Americans when it comes to stereotypes, I feel like the first stereotypes is like they always eat fast food, like burgers and hot dogs and like chips and stuff. Like, that's not a healthy way to live your life. And I feel like that's a very sort of deeply ingrained part of American culture. So it's not like having this sort of, it's not like having to pay for your healthcare is like making people live healthier lives in any way. It doesn't seem that way to me. It doesn't seem to me like Americans are really that much more bothered than us anyway about living healthier lives. Like, fair enough, you can come at us and say that we get drunk all the time and drink loads of beer. But like, you know, it's like, it's not like we're doing that because we're like, oh yeah, the NHS will take care of it. It's not like there's that kind of expectation, you know. The UK has beer. Basically, my point is, it doesn't seem like having a healthcare system where you have to pay when you get cancer makes you believe that you have to live a healthier life. It doesn't seem like that's what the trend is. Because I think that, like, we're both unhealthy in our own very unique ways. Like we don't really care. We're always just gonna do our unhealthy shit. I'm British and that's where I'm getting my carbs. From beers. Wanted posters of healthcare CEOs wheat pasted around Lower Manhattan ahead of today's Goldman Sachs Financial Services conference. Those who would steal from us have names, faces, and addresses. Justice will only come from the working class. I bet that they've really upped their security like tenfold since this has happened, haven't they? We respect and want to uphold the NHS. We do. Oh God, please, yes. I want to keep the NHS because I do not want the UK to devolve into this bullshit. But at the same time, I feel like we're not far away from it. Oh yeah, was this the Facebook post? We are deeply saddened and shocked at the passing of our dear friend and colleague Brian Thompson, the CEO of United Healthcare. Brian was a highly respected colleague and friend to all who worked with him. We are working closely with the New York Police Department and ask for your patience and understanding during this difficult time. Our hearts go out to Brian's family and all who were close to him. 19.3 laughing emojis. Alright, I'm going to try and skip on to some of the newer things. I don't want to just recover all of the old shit. Oh yeah, they were trying to use AI to catch him before they got him. NYPD police sources say artificial intelligence is going to play a big role in nailing the ID of the gunman who killed the United Health CEO. His mask, they point out, didn't totally cover his face. Bone structure was showing through the rest of it. And AI will come up with a pretty clear match, they believe. Now catching him is another story. He might have been on a flight to Moscow an hour after the act. You know what worked better than AI in the end? A fucking McDonald's employee. It would have been funny if that was all that they ever had. They would have never caught him if all they had was the fucking AI technology. My friend got asked to take a pledge saying health insurance executives are good. My friend is an actuary for a small insurance consultant. Everyone this afternoon got an email from the CEO requiring them to pledge that they thought health insurance and executives were good. Reaffirming our pledge to our work and each other. Dear team, in light of recent events in our industry, several employees have reached out to express concerns about safety, particularly regarding the well-being of our executive team. We take these concerns very seriously and are committed to fostering an environment where everyone feels secure and supported. To help reinforce our shared commitment to maintaining a safe and respectful workplace, we are requiring each of you to take the following pledge. Please copy the text of the pledge in the attached document and reply to this email with your name included. Are emails legally binding now? All employees are required to take the pledge. Safety and solidarity pledge. I pledge to uphold the safety and well-being of my colleagues and the blah 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 family as a whole. I commit to recognizing the health insurance industry and its vendors as an indispensable pillar of the American healthcare system. Oh my God. Number 4, acknowledging the vital role of executives as the organization's key drivers of success and as exemplars of leadership and professionalism. Oh my fucking God. Denouncing any and all forms of violence or threats against executives, unequivocally and without exception. Fucking hell. It's hard to tell whether it's real or satire. Yeah, it's hard to tell. I don't know. It seems real, doesn't it? Oh, fucking hell. Is this the right thing? Oh, shit. No, this isn't the thing I wanted. What was I looking for? Oh yeah, so apparently the person who dobbed him in was an old woman, right? Who worked at McDonald's. And she might not even get $60,000. I'm starting to think at this point though, he must have wanted to be caught because he kept the murder weapon on him in his bag, and he also had basically a confession note on him as well. I mean, surely he wanted to be caught. I don't know. Part of me is thinking that he might have gone to McDonald's because he wanted someone from the working class to get the FBI reward. I just feel like he planned everything. I don't know. The McDonald's restaurant employee who helped police trace a suspect in connection with the fatal shooting of UHC CEO could be shortchanged out of the hefty $60,000 reward. Brian Thompson was gunned down. Blah, 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 blah. Yes. Luigi was taken into custody at McDonald's restaurant in the town of Altoona after an employee reportedly alerted police. The cops had launched a widespread manhunt for the suspect and appealed to the public for their help in tracking him down. The New York Police Department offered a reward of $10,000 for anyone with information on the suspect. The McDonald's workers said they saw Mangione around 9:15 a.m. acting suspiciously in the restaurant, adding that he appeared to have fraudulent documents. Mangione was then arrested with 5 charges at the scene, as officers found he was in possession of fake IDs, a ghost gun, silencers, clothes, a mask matching the one that the suspected shooter was captured wearing. Just hours later, investigators charged Mangione with murder and 4 other counts, including firearms charges. The tip-off from the employee is apparently crucial in the case, but the question remains if the worker will be able to cash in on the 60k reward at all. The rules are complicated as they stipulate tipsters in with a chance of the FBI portion of the reward cannot nominate themselves. This means that the McDonald's worker will have to be put forward by an investigating agency such as the Department of Defense or the FBI, which is then reviewed by an interagency committee. If approved, the suggestion is passed on to the Secretary of State, who signs off the final decision. If that's not tough enough, the full reward amount could also be in dispute, as payment amounts are based on factors from the value of the information provided, the level of threat, the severity of danger or injury to people or property, and the degree of the source's cooperation. Well, he was basically like not... There was no threat from him, was there, really, in that McDonald's? As for the NYPD's 10K, the rewards program is granted through Crime Stoppers, where tipsters receive a unique reference number. This number is crucial as the tipster has to use it to call back or check the status of the investigation online before lodging a claim with the NYC Police Foundation and the Crime Stoppers Board of Directors, who ultimately decide whether to approve the tip and instruct the caller how to receive it. The rewards will only be paid out if the arrest leads to indictment or conviction from the court, so the McDonald's employee could be waiting a while, and even at the end of it all, might not even get a dime. That's how America works, baby. Didn't I saw a clip where, I wonder if I can find it now. Like someone was in, like there was a woman on some American TV channel. She was interviewing a man stood outside the prison boundaries. But the prisoners in the prison were like watching the woman interviewing him on TV, and they were shouting the answers to her questions like over the fence. Can I find that? Oh, a channel has been created in the Discord called Music Meme Stream Suggestions. I've just seen that. So, if you would like to suggest some music stream suggestions, then yeah, if you join the Patreon, then you can pop some songs in there for me to drop during my DJ meme stream. All right, I'm gonna pee, and then I will be up. Oh, you've put it in the stream react suggestions already. You got me.
That's music.
All right, I'm gonna pee, and then I'll be right back. We got it, baby.
I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making.
All right.
Nations correspondent Alex Capriello standing by to do the big report for us tonight. So some interesting interaction you had with the inmates from over the chain link. Tell me about it, Alex.
Yeah, pretty unbelievable moment. And Ashley, I can tell you at this very moment, I can look over my left shoulder up at the top of this prison wall, see through a window and see that your face is right there. They're watching Banfield at this exact moment as they promised they would. All right, so let's backtrack a little bit, okay? So earlier today, I was reporting outside this prison wall. So, oh my gosh, I'm not sure if you just heard that, Ashley. That was them screaming.
I just waved. Alex, I just waved, and that was the...
Can you hear that?
Hi, guys. Say hello to Alex Capriello.
They said, we got you, Alex. Ashley says hello.
I can't believe this.
There they are. I can't tell if you can hear this.
Oh, we can hear it.
There you go.
Hi, guys.
Look up at that window.
Let me yell them a question. Alex, hold on. Let me yell a question. Guys, if you can hear me clearly,
okay.
Do you guys have any sights on Luigi Mangione? Just yell yes or no. I don't know if they're answering.
They're flickering the... They're saying no. Go ahead, ask
no,
another
they
one.
don't
They can
have
hear
sights.
you.
Okay. You'll have to translate, Alex.
All right, so earlier today I was reporting outside these prison walls when all of a sudden I heard my name and I couldn't tell if they were, catcalling me or heckling me or even saying my name.
Catcalling. You wish, mate.
And so I started reporting on Luigi Mangione's prison conditions as I was finding them out. And as soon as the live shot was over, that's when I turned around and they said, the conditions suck. And so that was my confirmation. Oh my gosh, they're watching News Nation at that very moment. I pulled out my camera, I recorded, and here's more of that interaction. Take a look from earlier today.
Luigi's conditions suck. Free Luigi.
Ashley, they're going nuts in there right now watching this video on play.
I mean, this is what should always happen, though. Like, not in this way. Like, inmates shouldn't be interviewed in a way in which they have to shout over walls and fences, barbed wire fences like this. They should be interviewed face to face more often.
Playback. This was just from a few hours ago, and here they are.
They need to be humanized. Like, these are actual humans,
Our 10 o'clock as promised. They said earlier today, tell Ashley Banfield that Luigi is watching at 10 o'clock. I mean, obviously, that's just a hard roast at this point because they're not near Luigi in any way, as confirmed by the Department of Corrections earlier today. But at the same time, they've picked a trusted news source to watch this very high-profile national case. Of course, they're watching us.
It's crazy. Hey, Alex, can I ask you a favor? Can I just ask the guys if they can hear me right now to answer yes or no very loud? Does Luigi have television in his single cell?
No.
Unreal. They said no, right? Obviously, we have a little bit of a delay, but they're getting. They're getting the questions, and they're giving us the answers. So Luigi does not have. Wow, this is quite something. This is the strangest interview I've ever conducted.
It's me too, Ashley. You know, according to the Department of Corrections, he's got his own solitary cell.
I wonder why. I wonder why they didn't give him a TV.
It's not solitary confinement, but he's by himself. It's not dorm style. I'm not sure exactly what those guys got going on in terms of a living situation. It sounds like they're all clustered together. But as far as Luigi's accommodations, he's by himself. He's got a bed. He's got a chair. He's got a toilet, a sink. Again, he's not with the rest of these guys, but he's not in solitary confinement.
Okay, so I'm going to read out the menu, and then I'm going to ask the guys if it was any good, the dinner tonight. So the breakfast was fruit, grits, bread, eggs, and coffee. He had the choice. The lunch was porcupine meatballs, potatoes, bread, and fruit. And tonight's dinner, mac and cheese, pasta bean casserole, and stewed tomatoes with broccoli. So guys, was dinner good, yes or no?
Is this American stuff? I don't know. What is, I don't know what grits are for a start. What are grits? What are porcupine meatballs? What is this? I know what all of these things are. What are porcupine meatballs and what are grits? Ground corn.
Casserole and stewed tomatoes with broccoli. So guys, was dinner good, yes or no? What
terrible,
are they saying?
they're saying.
It's terrible.
I heard terrible. I heard terrible.
They're saying heck no. They're saying BS. They're saying terrible. They're saying that's not what they are eating.
So this is grits? A type of porridge made from coarsely ground dried maize or hominy. The dish originated in the southern United States but is now available nationwide. But never made its way across the ocean, guys. Clearly wasn't good enough for that. Grits are prepared by mixing water or milk and the dry grits and stirring them over heat. If one uses cornmeal, the food is called mush. Sounds really appetizing, guys. I'd love a bowl of mush right now. Whole grain grits require much longer to become soft than quick. What the hell, you guys? Anyway.
Oh, man, I totally can't get over this. I'm going to explain what porcupine meatballs are in a little bit, just not right now. Okay, I need to get to some serious business. Guys, you're going to have to just listen to the report up there. You got to give Alex a moment of peace for a second. I got business to do here. It's about your neighbor who's in that institution with you up there. So the Altoona police, they say that there were threats made to officers by the members of the public for having arrested Luigi Mangione, and maybe some citizens as well had threats that they're investigating. Have they made any identifications on people who've made these threats to police officers and to citizens, maybe the McDonald's employees?
No, and they're considering this all a part of the larger investigation, so they're keeping a pretty tight lid on that. What they do say, though, is that their officers are receiving threats, and also the people at this McDonald's have received threats. In fact, I've seen reporting that maybe even some of these McDonald's employees have been asked to step away for a time, just so that way they don't get increasing pressure. And this really all has to do with this sort of fanfare and mythology that's surrounding Luigi at this point. There's so many people online that are supporting him for his actions due to their own complaints with the healthcare industry as a whole, or even we've seen some people just commenting on his looks and how handsome he is. And so he's built up this following, so to speak. And so there's threats being made.
You know what I saw this week, though? The most important question of all. Hang on. The most important question.
Luigi.
The most important question of all. Luigi Mangione, natty or not? Let's check it out.
Towards these police officers for actually going out there and apprehending him, but then also this McDonald's is now caught in the fire too, because it was the location that he was caught. So much so that it's also received just incredible negative feedback and reviews online. I've seen it plummet, 1-star reviews for this one specific McDonald's in Altoona, Pennsylvania. People saying that it's got rats and just doing whatever they can to sort of support Luigi and you know, bash everyone else that got in the way.
Yeah, okay. Other question here about some wanted posters that have shown up all around New York City, putting other CEOs' faces up, other healthcare executives' faces up, saying that, you know, these guys are wanted too, and then putting the big red X over Brian Thompson's. Is there any word on whether this is something more sinister or just, you know, really, really tacky freedom of speech?
Yeah, it's sinister at the very most and distasteful at the very least. These are being seen on parts of lower Manhattan, not just Brian Thompson, but other CEOs of Fortune 500 and mega companies. Basically, it's not hitting or landing very well with the people of Manhattan. Obviously, they're still trying to come to grips with what just happened 1 week ago, right in their city in broad daylight. And so basically what we've seen is many people are pulling these down, shredding them, and getting rid of them. So rightfully so. This seems to be a threat towards others, but no authenticity to them. It does not seem as if this is a real hit list, so to speak.
Okay, I have another question for the guys behind you, okay? Can I pop it out there? Hey, guys, don't yell until I finish the question.
Go ahead.
So the question is about Luigi Mangione. He's fighting extradition, so he's going to be in that jail presumably for a little bit longer, but eventually he's going to end up going to Rikers. I don't know how many guys behind you in the walls there have been to Rikers, but it's a bit of a hellhole. So the question I have for the guys, if you could just yell stay or go, do you think that Luigi should just, you know, waive extradition and get on with the process and go to Rikers, or should he stay in that prison, Huntington, with the rest of you guys there in Pennsylvania? So it's either stay or go. Just yell that out. And again, we have a little bit of a delay. Alex,
I'm sure you heard that
I
one,
could
Ashley.
hear them saying go. Was it go? Were they saying go?
They're saying go. They're saying go. They say get on with it. Go to Rikers Island.
Wow. You know, I wonder if they mean go because they say that the place they're in right now is a hellhole, maybe worse, but I don't know. I mean, Rikers is pretty bad. We got the comparison coming up, one of the inmates.
I'm not sure if you heard them say it just now when I was talking about the threats of rats in McDonald's. Somebody just said they got rats in here too. So it seems they're not very happy with the food here or the accommodations. Maybe we need to send an email to the Department of Corrections about that for tomorrow morning.
Any last comments you can hear from the guys there? And maybe just swing the camera up and see if you can see the shot that you showed me before.
Can you swing the camera up there, Greg? They want to try to see...
Yeah, the view that you're seeing, so we can see where the guys are yelling out the windows.
So go ahead, see those flashing lights?
Yeah, zoom in if you can. Is that Greg?
They're flashing their lights.
Cameraman, just zoom in as much as you can. And wow, I'm pretty sure we're not going to be able to see any faces in those windows, but rest assured, gentlemen, we can absolutely hear you.
But isn't that interesting, Ashley?
You got your interview. Are you guys doing the strobe light for us? Was that the strobing was for us?
That's what I'm saying, Ashley. Isn't it interesting to see what accommodations that they have? They got their own light switches. They're obviously watching TV
They're all doing
past any sort of 10 o'clock curfew, you know. Yep, they're doing this for you. They're watching News Nation at this very moment.
They're putting on that. They're all flicking their cell lights on and off. No, keep the camera over there. I want to see how many there are. That's fascinating to me. Greg, can you pan back over?
I want to keep seeing it.
Yeah.
I'm counting.
Pan back over. I want to just see how many of them are
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Doing their strobe lights for us. All right. Well, I do want to say thank you, guys. I really appreciate all of you giving us your.
This is so sad, though. Like, they should be able to just interview them normally. Like, they're still people. They're still citizens. They should be able to be interviewed by journalists, you know. They shouldn't have to be doing shit like this.
Your attention and also answering our questions as hard as it was. You certainly were heard tonight. We're getting this again. If you're just tuning into News Nation right now, this is the prison inmates at the SCI Huntington watching our show and responding by turning their lights on and off to show us that they are in fact watching and responding. And the most interesting thing I think I heard them say, other than the food wasn't great, was that they think that Luigi Mangione should waive the extradition and move on and get out of that holding institution and head on to Rikers. Alex, this is one for the record books. Thank you for facilitating this. This has been pretty amazing.
Well. All right. What else have we got? What else have we got? All day.
We gotta give the people what they want, right?
I mean, this is like, it's getting dystopian at this point. It's really getting dystopian. All right. What else have we got? I'm trying to find something that's not just been covered relentlessly before up until this point. I don't just want to recover things, you know. Also, it's getting late. I might do the incel thing because it's 02:38. Man, I am getting tired, unfortunately, and I might just have to do a fun thing at this point and save it till next time. I'm getting tired, and in case you didn't notice. Oh yeah, The Onion got blocked from purchasing InfoWars because because a judge said that the person doing the auction didn't allow a fair auction, basically, but also said that they didn't do it on purpose. Hey, Brooklyn. So yeah, they're gonna have to do the whole auction process again. Brookie B! Hey, it's Brookie B! So yeah, I'm gonna... I'll save a couple of these things till next time because obviously I've gone over again. I've yapped way too much. As usual, I've gone over. I'm tired. But I'm gonna finish it on something good, fun. And you know what? I'm going to finish it on something that got recommended to me on YouTube. Which I think would be fun. For some reason, YouTube said to me, you know, I know what this bitch is going to like. She's going to like dirt bikes going up a hill. And you know what? I do like dirt bikes going up a hill. What is it called, though? Hill climb dirt bikes? It's so good. What is it? What is it called? Hang on. Oh my god, this one's got 422. This one's got 422 million views on it. Like this is insane, right? But it's very entertaining. Basically, the entire competition is you have a dirt bike and there's a hill, right? And you have to try and get to the top of it. But most of the time they fall off. But when one of them gets to the top, they're all like, yeah! And you know, and the other thing is, they've clearly spent the entire year like doing up these dirt bikes and spending thousands and thousands on them, on like new parts and stuff, just for this one event where they try and ride them up a hill. And then when they fail, they just bounce down and down, and like with every bounce it's like 100, 200, 300, 400. All of your work just to see it go to shit like this. Oh, you see how they've done these bikes up though? So there's like the two wheels are like quite far apart. Hey, he's all right. He's all right. Like it's so steep. They've got guys abseiling down the hill to save them. I have two wolves inside of me. One of the wolves is the XL Championships wolf, and the other wolf is the dirt bike graveyard hill climb wolf. Sometimes though they will make it to the top and it's very exciting. Look at it go! Look at it go! Boing! 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 Oh, the amount of work you're gonna have to do to that! Ah! Woo! Oh, what a shame! What a shame! An entire year's work for that 30 seconds. Come on, come on. No, no. Ow! Oh, look at it go. Look at it go. Woo! It's funny they have to kind of like avoid their own bikes when they fall off. There's a knack to it. Let's go! quick, get out the way, get out the way, get out the way. Ah! Oh, right, his bike ended it, so does that count? He just threw his bike up there. They're clapping him. What's that, 4 meters? Night time now. Oh! He's trying to catch it with his foot, like, no, please, no, please. Bitch, that is gold. Oh! 0 horsepower. What? Just completely failed when the incline got a little bit too much. Oh, 0 traction. Let's go, let's go. No, he bailed, he didn't make it. No claps allowed, he didn't make it. Come on, 47. No, that's not gonna make it, that's not gonna make it. Pathetic attempt. Your wheels aren't far enough apart. I don't know why, but the ones that do well, like they've like this little axle thing here, they've made it like twice as long. They've like modified it. That was not his, what is that, his seat? Like that was never gonna stay on. Yeah, no. Oh, look at this suit. Yeah, he's not gonna make it. Look at that. Oh, that's like the kind of thing that I fell off. That's a mini motocross right there. It's tiny. Yeah, come on. No. Not a single person's made it to the top yet, have they? I've seen someone make it to the top of this hill before. So, like, I have seen them do it. Oh, no! Oh, I fucked up. Someone will make it. No! Someone will make it. They will. No, no, no! For God's sake. Someone will. Someone will make it. They just caught it. It's like. He just hugged the guy at the side. He's like, hold me, hold me. Hold me tight. Bye bye. Oh no, oh no! Oh, I bet that hurt, I bet that hurt. Oh. Just contemplate your actions. I fucking promise you, someone will make it to the top. Someone always does in these videos. Oh no, it's gonna catch up, it's gonna... Yeah, I should try this. I should try this on an ATV. They're all failing at the same point. There's another one where there's like a hill. Okay, I just realized that there's a thing called Barbie Jeep racing. I think I might have to check that out. I might have to check this out. I don't know what to expect. Oh. Oh, when it hits you, oh my God. This does look very fun. I would love to do this. It's kind of similar to these Red Bull, what do they call them? Soapbox races? What is this? What's this meant to be? It's a camel? What was that meant to be? Oh! Oh, they're desks. Are they going to do that in slow motion? Yes, yes, they are. Oh my God, it's The Simpsons! Come on, come on, come on, come on. It's the thin bit where it's really... Oh! What is that? Thing 1 and thing 2. Hot dogs. Was that guy's facing backwards? Alright, what's Swamp Fest? Swamp Fest, the wildest event of the year. All right, does anything else happen apart from skating? A bit of BMXing. Is this what Swamp Fest is? You just sort of play in a swamp.
My way. I was working on the ground come the sun up to sundown. Hey, I'm trying to make a reputation for a man inside this town. Ain't nothing but a thing to me, burn right through 'em like a cigarette or a line of cocaine on a private jet. I give 'em good loving like they won't forget. Baby, good young guns, yeah, they've been through.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna come back with some DJing streams. Probably it's very soon. I will do a meme stream. Give me your recommendations in the Discord or as a YouTube comment on this video. I will do a very stupid DJ stream. And also I will do what else was I gonna do? Gaming stream. I was gonna do, there's a Moomin game. It's a game about the Moomins that I wanted to do. And you know, that will remind me of my childhood a little bit. So that's gonna be a very, very chill stream. The Moomin stream. Yeah. Other than that, I'll be back with another chat and stream probably next weekend. I think my usual streaming day is going to be on Sundays now, just because that fits into my schedule a little bit better. But yeah. But no, yeah, that's all. That's everything. everything. So yeah, thanks for tuning in. It's been good. It's been fun. Brooklyn, come here and say goodbye to the stream. Oh, he's fast asleep. Oh, he's fast asleep. Oh, you want to say bye to everyone? You're so lethargic. Look how lethargic he is. All right. Love you all. I'll see you soon. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.